Okay, I forgot to enable audio for myself. Oh. I'm not getting a picture. Why am I not getting a picture on Twitch? Oh, there we go. Got a picture. Got a picture. Got a picture. Don't talk to me. I'm just checking if I'm working. Don't talk to me. There we go. Pause. Pause. Pause as to not to eat. Wait. Did I pause? Did I pause to YouTube? Did I pause to YouTube? Yep. As to not to eat my buffer. Okay, right, I forgot to enable audio. I can't hear shit from the game. Yeah, just a moment. Capture card X, listen to this device, and there we go. There we go. I can hear the device now. Did it click just now? Did the device just click? No, it didn't click. I'm hallucinating. It would never click. Oh. Coffee here. Everything here. The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Yep. Finish chapter 1. Select adventure. Select adventure. Okay, so I was... Wait, what happened? Speckled, unbreakable speck and band. Eventual regular speckled band. Yeah, this one. Continue. Let's go. 2022. Oh my god, that's actually 2 years. I haven't played this game 2 years. The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band.
In a corner of that small, dark room, Sholmes and I waited with bated breath. In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. "You see it, Wilson?" he yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern's shutter, and the room slowly came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner when he started whispering to me. The victim's most perplexing final words. The speckled band. I believe this is the terrible coil to which you referred, Wilson. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike. It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
Don't worry, it's just the intros voiced. The rest I read. January 9th, 6:37 a.m. On board the steamship Buria. And probably voice animated.
Let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. Pray, do excuse me. the cabin door was bolted from the inside when the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery. In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor. Almost certainly with the ink from this upset bottle. A Russian word. So the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed,
Гардероб.
suggesting he was compos mentis at the time. This is a most extraordinary script. And evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality. This paper seal was placed just prior to the incident, by the victim himself, I would venture. Well, what have we here?
Who are you, and what do you think you're doing here?
No one must touch before maritime police come. We must wait.
That won't be necessary.
One of them was French.
In less than 5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
What?
Don't be absurd. This is murder. I need cabin locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Who are you, and where have you come from?
I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world. Sherlock Holmes. I presume you must have heard of me.
The big sailor really had a heavy Russian accent. The other one was French. And the third one was just normal English. My head is throbbing. What's going on? Something's not right here. There's trouble in here. Wait. I can't move. Ah! What the? Why am I in handcuffs? So, you wake up now, hmm? Oh, wait, that's a Russian dude. We had to drag you out of the wardrobe. I do not believe how you could not wake up. You are true cold-blooded man. You found me then. Duh. We found you. And now you pay, criminal. How long are you hiding in the tiny wardrobe, hmm? Sorry. Now you have been found. It is time to admit your crimes. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is, hmm? No, I'll tell you everything. There's only one thing I'd like to know from you. Isn't that? Oh, wait. Yeah, well, that was a butcher. Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? Miss Susato? Susato? Wait. What did you say? Take his life? Where's he? Where's Kazuma? Ha! You pretend you do not know. You are a wolf in sheep's pelt. You are the killer. Do not try to make excuses. What? Kazuma-sama's body was discovered not long ago. Here, in this very cabin, that was bolted shut from the inside. His body? Please, do not try to tell us you were doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Kazuma's dead? But he can't be! And these handcuffs, surely you don't think I have to know. Why did you take Kazuma-sama's life? Answer me, please. No. No! Really not the time for that. Kazuma. It was just 2 short weeks ago. When the wind blew out of nowhere and your hairband went... Are you sure about this? Are you sure about this? Won't we get in trouble? Don't you find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, how else could you come to England with me to study? It was really something else when you brought your luggage in here earlier, though. The way that Russian crewman just tossed your traveling case onto the floor. I thought I was going to die. Yes, I still can't quite believe that. I really didn't think you'd be able to fit inside my trunk. You must be even less of a man than you look. Hey, honestly, I thought I'd broken every bone in my body. Well, it's about 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. But if you confine yourself to my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. Yeah, I hope not. I get a feeling those Russians wouldn't be very forgiving of a stowaway. They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure. What I want to know is, why do we need to keep it a secret from the young lady? From our faithful judicial assistant, Mikotoba? You mean? From your close friend, more to the point. Surely we could confide in her, couldn't we? I don't believe she'd give me away. No, but if she knew what we've done, that would make her guilty by association. It depends that only you and I know about this. I suppose so. Anyway, it's about the time that the steward is... Anyway, it's about the time that the steward is supposed to come and clean the cabin. I know it's cramped, but you'd better get in there, I think. It won't be for long. And anyway, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'll be a breeze. Yeah, but what if the steward decides to open the wardrobe for some reason? Then I'll be in for it. Stop worrying. I tell you what, why don't you write "keep out" or something on this piece of paper? What? I can stick it over the wardrobe doors once you're inside. I don't know. We've only been at sea for about 15 days. How could this ever happened? We were supposed to be going on this adventure to England, together. We'll leave you at next port. Stay quiet until then. Don't make more trouble for yourself. Murderer. No! I'm not a murderer! Duh. You said before, you said you'd admit everything about your crimes. No, that's not right. I mean, yes, I did stow away on the ship, but... Murder... Murdering my best friend? No one else could have done it. Admit the truth. Susanna-san? Please! Tell me what happened, I need to know! Very well. But there's something I would like to ask of you, too. Ugh, those eyes. She looks like she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare's getting worse by the minute. I suppose all I can do is try to find out what really happened. Kazuma's dead? He really has been killed, hasn't he? This is just a bad dream. And these handcuffs. They think I did it? They think I'm Kazuma's killer. When they found him, the cabin was locked from the inside. What do you mean? There is no access to the cabin via porthole, window, and the bolt on the door can be operated from outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped his four walls. What? And to And to put it another way, the culprit can only have been somebody inside this cabin. Or do you have some other explanation? This is impossible. How did he die then? What happened exactly? Are you still going to deny the charge, even despite the circumstances? Please, Susaru-san, you have to tell me. The cause of death is still undetermined. They don't know how he died? The ship's doctor is examining the body, but of course, he has no post-mortem analysis experience. I don't suppose we shall learn more until the expert has been consulted at our next port of call. So presumably that means there were no obvious external signs of injury then? That's true, yes. Okay, so he wasn't stabby. Non-incident? Poisoned it, maybe? Can anyone tell what exactly happened here in this cabin? I don't understand it. Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma? Presumably that's something you know. You know the answer to better than anyone. Please! Whatever you say. You were here in the cabin after all. Well, yes, I was, but... He would always wake before dawn and do his training first thing in the morning. I was waiting outside his cabin, as I have every day so far on this voyage. But this morning, he did not come. I could sense that he wouldn't. Does that mean he was already dead when Susaru-san arrived at his cabin door? I wonder. I knocked, but there were no reply. Then I started to become worried, so went to find a member of the crew. The crewman forced the cabin door open, and when we managed to get inside, there was Kazuma-sama, collapsed on the floor. And the white tape there now shows exactly where he was found, I suppose. I had no idea anything had happened. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow. I wish it wasn't the case, but it's just very hard to believe. This is all very hard to believe for me too, trust me. Now, I've told you everything that I know. But it's my turn to ask you a question. Yes? Alright. My head feels like heavy. Still throbbing like anything. Why are you even on board the ship, Naruhodo-san? You said something before being a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, yes. I'm afraid that's true. It's 2 weeks since we left Japan now, and I've been shut up in this cabin the entire time. I had no idea. But how could you have occupied Kazuma-sama's cabin for so long without him noticing? No. That would have been impossible, obviously. Yes, of course. Kazuma invited me. He wanted us to go to England together. He actually asked you. But why? I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself. I don't understand. Kazuma, why do you want this? What's the real reason? Why go to such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you? Oh, I'm so fucking epic. Metal Gear. It's an idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you that, didn't I? That you ought to become the lawyer yourself. Become a lawyer yourself. Well, yes, you did say that, but I didn't think you were serious. You have a talent for it. I can assure you of that. But I've never really thought about becoming a lawyer. Oh, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is at the spearhead of cultural development, the center of the world in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there? Well, no, definitely not. But on a personal level, if you were to become a lawyer, then what? Nothing. Forget it. Kazuma-sama he was always saying the same thing. That he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Perhaps he thought he could do that with you. Yeah, maybe. Something's still bothering me a little. The look in his eyes then, it was darker than I've ever seen it before. Susaru-san, I'm sorry that we kept it a secret from you, my stowing away on the ship, I mean. You fine now, Kazuma-sama? I expected he was trying to protect me, to avoid me becoming guilty by association. That's exactly right, yes. More perfect, in fact. If you're not the culprit, then tell me, what happened last night here in this cabin? Well, the thing is, I don't really remember. Kazuma brought me something to eat, just like he always did. And then I got myself into that wardrobe over there, just like I always did. After that, I fell asleep. Well, yes. So deeply that you didn't even stir when Kazuma-sama was killed? Well, yes. I know it sounds unbelievable, really, I do, but it's the truth. If I had woken up, then perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. For some reason, my head's still throbbing like a bitch. Really? Is something wrong? Oh, no, please forget it. So, son, you have to believe me, I didn't do it! I really don't want to doubt you. But the trouble is, there is no one else who could possibly have done this. Ugh. Kazuma, I don't understand. Why? Why did this have to happen? Take this. Don't try to go anywhere. You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. I can't allow that to happen. I'm sorry, but Kazuma was killed right under my nose here, and I didn't do anything to stop it. And now I'm supposed to just sit around. My hands tied, while whoever did this walks free. No, I can't allow that to happen. Well, what do you propose to do then? I'm going to investigate. I'm going to find out exactly what happened here. I'm going to work out who took Kazuma's life and how and why they did it. So I'm sorry, but you're going to have to excuse me. Hi-ya! And the world is upside down. What the fuck? That was a Susato takedown. You even fucking named it? Hey, Susato, what martial art form is that? Obviously judo, bruh. But you fucking named it with her name. I'm going to need you to prove it. Sorry, prove it? Yes, your innocence. I need evidence. But how am I supposed to? Have you forgotten already what you achieved just a few weeks ago? You successfully defended yourself in court of law. Ah, I see. You expect me to present some conclusive evidence. I have to get Susato-san to believe me. I'll show her some evidence right now that proves I'm not guilty of this awful crime. Kazuma will stick this over the doors of the wardrobe for me. It says keep out in Japanese. I'm not sure the Russian crew can actually read it. Wait. You can see there are remnants of the glue we used to stick this over the wardrobe door. Although it wasn't proper glue, of course we didn't have any of that with us. So I pulverized some rice into a paste to use instead. But to a stowaway like me, every single grain of rice represents precious rations. That's why I spread it as thinly as possibly could. I couldn't bear to waste any. Okay. Is it the same? Yeah. This is the paper seal I wrote for the wardrobe. I remember really working hard to make it. But I'll never forget how Kazuma reacted. Do you expect Russian crew to be able to read that? He said. Still, I was sure people would get the idea, even if they couldn't read it, so we used it anyway. And it worked. I don't know if the crew thought it was creepy or what, but no one opened the doors. And that was on the wardrobe when he was found. Yes, not take that. Tell me, when it was discovered in the wardrobe before? Was this piece of paper stuck over the doors? Oh, yes, it was. I remember clearly. I thought so. Kazuma always put it in place whenever I went to sleep in there, just in case the cabin steward or another crew member decided to look inside. So naturally, he did the same last night as well. Oh, yes, of course. The gentleman who discovered you peeled the sign from the wardrobe doors before he opened them. But if I were truly the culprit, I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the doors on my own. Yes, that's quite true. In other words, it's impossible that I killed Kazuma. Well, even if you are sprawled hopelessly on the floor, I can see why Kazuma-sama thought so highly of you. Thank you, Susaru-san. Now, do you think perhaps you could help me up? But do you think perhaps you could help me up? I'm kind of chained here. Well, in the light of that evidence, I don't see any... the fucking square mouth. I know it's been ported from DS, but come on, the fucking square mouth. They could have done something about it. When she speaks, it's so squarey. I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating in here at least. Thank you! So you finally believe me? I'm sorry. No. What? I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility that you use some sort of conjuring trick to put the sign back in position. What does she think I am? A magician? For now, I suggest you investigate as thoroughly as possible in here. I'll do the same. Alright, let's get to work, Susaru-san. Please don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts. Oh. I shall be watching you to make sure you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. I wouldn't want you using your conjuring tricks to destroy evidence, for example. Right. Well, anyway, I should take the step. I should make a start on investigating in here. Examine everything I can. Kazuma, I swear, I will avenge your death. Okay, let's start with the body. Did Kazuma write that before he died? Those things written in ink. He must have knocked the ink pot from the desk when he collapsed on the floor. Then I suppose he wrote this message by dipping his finger in the spillage. Poor Kazuma-sama, no doubt he was in terrible pain. It's almost unbearable to imagine it. I suppose he was trying to leave some kind of clue in his final moments. Was he? Does Kazuma know Russian? I'm sorry, partner, but I can't read your writing. I don't think that's Japanese, Naruhodo-san. What? Then what language is it? It pains me to admit it, but I don't know. You're on a Russian ship with Russian sailors. You don't know what fucking language is wrote on. Brilliant. It's not a foreign script I'm familiar with. What does it mean, I wonder? Oh dear, that won't do. Oh, what's the matter? What's the matter, son? Whenever I'm examining things, I always find myself so focused I forget to look around properly. Ah, yes, that's not good. And I suppose you're as foolish as me in that regard, are you, Naruto-san? Oh, now you're giving me a tutorial when I already figured it out? I'm sure you're careful to look all around using left and right, aren't you? Now, let's investigate all corners of this cabin. Yes, let's do that. I suppose my field of vision has been rather small until now. What is that? What do you think this is? It looks like a broken piece of glassware. Whatever the thing was, it appears to have broken clean in two. The glass is such a beautiful color. It looks like a cute little Netsuke fastened from a kimono outfit. I'm not sure that sounds like Kazuma. He wouldn't have secretly carried a cute little trinket like this around with him, would he? After all, he was like Metal Gear. And the mark beside it, what is it, I wonder? It has a sort of brick-like hue. Yes, you're right. It is the color of brick, isn't it? Even though I don't see anything of the same color anywhere else in the cabin. Yo! What's up? I'm in a reedy mood today. That's a very large traveling case, isn't it? Yes. It carries a lot of memories for me, and my throat fucking hurts. Not from reading, I'm just sick. I got a cold. Memories? What do you mean? Ah, hot. Ooh, feels good. Well, that's actually how I stowed away in this vessel. I was brought on board inside that case. Yeah, I am constantly in a whimsical mood. Ah, yes. I see it says this way up in Japanese. Which in hindsight, I should have realized the foreign crewman wouldn't be able to read. I was turned over and over and over and over, and then I was tossed on the floor in here. Oh dear. Being stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds. Well, it was less painful than a Susato takedown. The books have fallen over on the shelf. Look, they've all toppled the same way. And what's this? A statue of some god of the sea? Although he's fallen over as well. Yes, it's almost as if the whole shelf has been ransacked and everything mown down. At once. I wonder if... Perhaps it was Kazuma-sama's doing this morning... Kazuma-sama doing his morning sword training. Do you think? I seriously doubt. Now perhaps it was you, Naruto-san, in a fit of rage. I wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to mess up a few books and a statue. Could the way these things have been thrown about have anything to do with the case, I wonder? Well, I'll just set everything straight again. I don't like to see a mess. Oh, that was Susato. Shit. You? Girl, you just... Evidence! What the fuck? Evidence! She doesn't like to see a mess. Don't fucking... See to the crime, girl! These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Burya. It's essentially a list of requests from the captain to all passengers on board. Passengers must not must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Both were broken, technically. Both rules were technically broken. Why? Why are you staring at me? Oh, sorry. I was just thinking. Are you more of a dangerous object or a pet? I can't decide. Well, one thing's for sure. Either way, I wasn't supposed to be in here. Less word. It's Kazuma-sama's precious sword. He never went anywhere without it. Yes, he was always saying that a Japanese man's katana is his soul. I believe he had to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring it on the strip. I suppose it showed just how important it was to him. And now he's gone. But I'm not ready to let his spirit go just yet. Stabbies. That's my dinner from last night. Roast chicken. It was really tasty. Yes, it was very delicious, wasn't it? But did you eat it on the floor here? I'm not a dog, Susato-san. Is she an airhead? I think she's an airhead. I ate at the table, of course. Which begs the question of when and how the plate ended up on the floor. But Kazuma-sama didn't like chicken at all, did he? No, that's right. So he didn't touch it. Which means all the more for me. Oh no! Does that mean poor Kazuma-sama spent his last night on this earth with an empty belly? It's just too horrible. Ugh. Now I suddenly feel like guilty conscience and an achy stomach. What the fuck? I have investigated throughout, but I can't find anything out of place. I just missed the button. There we go. There's nothing on the table at all. The plates and cutlery are all over the floor for some reason. Yeah, this is strange. Last night when I went to sleep, I'm sure everything was still... No, wait a minute. What is it? That's funny. I can't seem to remember anything about what happened after dinner at all. So then perhaps you are responsible for what happened to Kazuma-sama. No, how did you jump to that? Seigi, the Japanese word for justice. The broad strokes are straight and true, just like Kazuma. Yes, his calligraphy always was a reflection of his heart. Yet can you really look at those characters without feeling shame, knowing who drew them so thoughtfully? Of course I can. I mean, I'm innocent, so why shouldn't I be able to? Dragon dance, dragon dance. Even though you stowed away in the ship. Now you're going to bring that up, are you? I can't win. Hello, mister. Perhaps I should see what this Russian crewman makes of the scene of the crime. Excuse me? What? I was wondering how it's going. The investigation, I mean. Grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes. But it's not true, I see. Sorry? The criminal asking investigator for information about his crime. Very funny. Oh, I wasn't supposed to... It wasn't supposed to be a joke. It doesn't appear to be laughing either. He's convinced you're guilty. You might have useful information, though. Have to keep trying. So, last night, did you notice anything out of the ordinary at all? Нет, of course not. Now, back to corner of room and make silent. Bitch. I say no more to you. Did I hit a nerve? Just for a minute there, you seemed a little flustered. So, he heard something. Huh. This is where dear Kazuma-sama would have sat whenever he was writing. Yeah, he's sus. Everybody's sus. London Diary. Poor Kazuma. He didn't even make it to his destination. It looks as though the last entry is incomplete. Which means... What? He was in the middle of writing it when the incident happened? Let's see what it says. Could be a valuable clue. Hiya! Ah, for fuck's sake. That's out of the question. Kazuma-sama may have departed this world, but you must not read his private thoughts. But what if it's something important, something relevant to the case? My back, my lungs. All right, I won't read it. Fuck me. Oh. Poor Kazuma-sama. My back is poor. I don't like prying into people's personal matters either. But in this case, isn't the need for clues more important? Ouch. It's some 2 weeks since we set sail from Japan. Have you really been living in that wardrobe the entire time, Naruhodo-san? I think living isn't quite the right description, and if you don't believe me, feel free to open it and take a whiff. It smells like me. Oh no, I suppose not. Although it must have been rather exciting, making this voyage in your own secret hideout. The trouble was, I never knew when a member of the crew might come in. So yes, I did basically have to live in a wardrobe. And last night was no exception. Just because of that, you had no idea what was happening out here in the cabin. No, certainly not. I think that's some kind of opening for a ventilator. A hole through which fresh air can circulate into the cabin. Isn't that a little odd? What do you mean? Well, this ventilator, if that's what it is, it must connect to the next door cabin. Yes, it would appear so. It would appear to. You're right. But if its purpose is to allow fresh air into the room, surely it should be connected to the outside. That's true. Perhaps it's so that the rain and spray don't find their way in when the seas are off. Or something like that. I suppose. Maybe that's it. Who's that? Wasn't there? He wasn't there a minute ago. And why like that? Why? Why? In that position? As far as I can tell, looks like he might be European. Oh, how did he? You've noticed that man too, have you? I have no idea who he is, or how he got in here, but he looks suspicious and tall. Suspiciously tall. Huh? Naruhodo-san, don't tell me! Do you really not know who that is? Well, no. I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances at all. He doesn't look like a member of the crew. There's something very unusual about him. And is he investigating Kazuma's desk, or is he just playing on it? I can't tell. Well, in that case, we simply must stick with him. Am I just imagining it, or does Susaru-san look almost uncontrollably excited? Yes, she is. By the way, I expect that you've noticed already, but just in case. If you press X on people when they're in the crosshairs, you can converse with them? Alright then. I'm not stupid. I've been pressing X, I've been mashing X. I've been mashing lots of stuff. Yeah, I did that. Alright then. I'll get suspicious tall gentleman in my sights and see what he has to say for himself. Yeah, I'll just, crosshairs. Just take my crosshairs, press an X on him, and maybe he'll talk to me, or he'll die on the spot because it's fucking crosshairs. No, please do. What? Okay. So, let me. There we go. Headshot. Excuse me? Excuse me! Do you have a moment? Shh. This is a critical point in my investigation. Looking under the table, on top of the table. Very critical point. Maybe I should leave him alone. Maybe I should leave him alone. He seems a little... unfriendly is the light word of it. He seemed a little bit stupid. Yes, perhaps that would be for the best. Greetings! I hope I haven't... What? Greetings, I hope I haven't kept you long. Eh? What exactly were you doing, Cosmos Des, just now? Ah, I see. Fascinating. Sorry? What do you see? It feels like he's looking right through me. Oh, yes. Everything is clear now. Small penis. The train of reasoning has run its course. My deductions have crystallized. You have been in Afghanistan, I perceive. Just recently returned, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry. What? And now, whilst venturing toward foreign climes, you find yourself in a most troubling predicament. Oh, well, that's true at least. But how? How the deuce did I know? How the deuce did I know that? Perhaps. Well, that's really the most elementary deduction. Hardly worth explaining. Have you perhaps managed to deduce anything else? But of course, a great many things. There is no mystery, my dear madam. For example, you have fled your native land of Russia, being as you are a merciless revolutionary. The fuck is it all? You leave 16 victims of assassination in your wake, and now travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. The fuck? And when the and the berry-boned occupants of this very cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life too. Yes, I believe that surmises the facts beautifully. No need to hide the truth now. Nothing deceives these eyes. And then you need them checked. Just to be clear, you are talking about me, aren't you? Certainly, I am. Do you see another in this cabin who fits the bill? A Russian assassin with 16 victims in his name? I don't even see one person who fits the bill. Well, there was a Russian at the back. So it's true. It was you who did this to Cosmos. What the fuck? What? And you're plotting a revolution too. It's shameful behavior, Narhoda-san. Absolutely wicked. No, listen. There is no way Hey-ya! Fuck me. Ugh. No, explain yourself. Tell me everything. This is ridiculous. How could you do it? For pity's sake, open your eyes. I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously. Oh, forgive me. And as for you, what kind of deduction was that? You were just saying the first thing that came to your head. But Wasn't that right? Whilst venturing towards foreign climes, you do find yourself in a most troubling predicament, do you not? Oh yes, maybe. Ha! There you have it! You see? What do you make of that, hmm? Well, to be honest, this ship is en route to England, and I'm in handcuffs at the scene of a murder. So, I'm not really sure you could call it a deduction. It's more plain observation. Indeed. And observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. My method is founded upon the observation of trifles. You see, I announce my findings with a brassy certitude. And more often than not, I right. I don't think you introduced yourself. I mean, it was... my apologies. Now, how remiss of me. I am none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to men and women the world over. The inimitable Sherlock Holmes. So, it's really you? The actual Sherlock Holmes? Hey, out of beat! We finished the dark story, the dark humor game. Well, not finished, but we are on a cliffhanger. It's a 4 hours long, and if you're gonna grind something, watch the VOD on YouTube. It was 2 episodes, 4.5 hours, something like that. But it's only 2 episodes. Episode 3 is in the making and is gonna be released sometime. It is an early access game, apparently. But it was good. It was good. The ending was fucking perfect. Anyway, but since I was already in the mood for reading, we decided to go with Ace Attorney. So it's really you, the actual Sherlock Holmes. The very same, the inimitable, actual Sherlock Holmes. Do you know this man, Sudara-san? The most famous detective in the world. Naruto-san, of course I do. There's nobody who hasn't heard of him. What planet have been living on then? We must ask him what he deducted, what he deduced. He will have worked out the entire case already, I'm sure. Really? Why do I feel uneasy about this? So, you're a great detective, are you? Sorry, what was your name again? Indeed, I am none other than the one and only Sherlock Holmes. I see. You're German. Erlock, was it? No, it's not her. I mean, I have hair. Please, call me Scholz. You can read all about my exploits in this exciting London publication. Oh yes, Rant's the magazine, full of wonderful short stories and interesting articles from Great Britain. I never missed an issue. I have it sent from England especially. Here it is. The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. So, you're the protagonist in a series of short stories, then? Indeed I am! And you've read so many of your own stories, you've started to think you really are a detective. And make no mistake, I'm not the poor, deluded fellow you take me for. Your inference is backwards. Backward. My trusty biographer records my greatest detecting achievements and chronicles them in the magazine. You have a biographer, do you? Oh, doesn't everyone? Mine goes by the name Dr. Wilson. Presently keeping shop in London. Dr. Wilson. Wilson! I must say, thanks to the publication, I've been fantastically busy of late. Why, this very moment I am returning from Asia, having solved the mystery of a cursed royal crown. Really? I can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not. Deduction, you see, is to me a science. Logical reasoning in its purest form. Science? Really? The astute observers notices even the most subtle of reactions in his subjects. A furtive glance, a twitch of a muscle, a slight inclination of the posture, and his boner, if he has the boner. Yeah, he's an odd job. I think he's a pretender. He's not a legit Sherlock Holmes, but more like Sherlock Holmes. Fingernails, arm sleeves, burrows in the skin. All these things are data. Right. Although Sherlock Holmes was an odd job as well, according to the books. And the trained logician makes deductions from the data in a blink of an eye. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth. As he demonstrated only a few short moments ago. How can you look me in the eye and claim that? So you see, I have a turn both for observation and for deduction and fame. That is what makes me the one and only Sherlock Holmes. I love their books as well. I love those books as well, don't worry. It's just a joke. Have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case yet? Have I managed to deduce anything, my dear fellow? Who do you suppose discovered the culprit in his most cunning hiding place? That's right. It was none other than the greatest detective before you now, Mr. Sherlock Holmes! I'm gonna yell it as loud as possible so that everybody will know that I am Sherlock Holmes, nobody else. It is I exist. It's not a fiction. I am real. Yeah, I got it the first time. I see. In other words, I'm in these now because of him. When I became anxious about Kazuma-sama this morning, I summoned all the crew members to force the cabin door open. And I concealed myself among their number, gaining entry to the scene of the crime. Yes! Luckily for everyone, the great detective Sherlock Holmes was on board. And the handcuff seems to be an excellent fit, Mr. Naruhodo. The very moment I laid eyes on the scene, two facts were immediately apparent to me. Oh, really? Two facts, you say? Oh. Mr. Holmes, tell us please, what two facts were apparent to you when you came into the cabin this morning? Ah, yes, but first, let us be precise. Two facts in question were immediately apparent to me. Yeah, I understand, but what were they? Oh, I'm losing my cool on him. Allow me to elucidate. The two facts that I deduced from a mere momentary glance at the scene of the crime were as follows. Number one, the cabin was locked from within, rendering escape of the culprit out of the question. Number two, the victim was Russian and killed following a dispute with an acquaintance. Hold on, Mr. Holmes. What made you think the victim was Russian? Observe the dying message left by the victim on the floor. Yeah, I kinda got it myself. Garderobe. That is the Russian word for wardrobe. Do you really think Kazuma-sama would have left a dying message in Russian? In their final moments, many find their native tongue feeling their head. for this young man. Russian. Kazuma was Russian? Was he? Initially, I considered Garderobe may be the name of the killer. A certain Robert Garde, perhaps. But in the interest of thoroughness, I decided it would be wrong not to look inside the wardrobe there at least. Garderobe. Where you found Mr. Naruhodo sleeping soundly? Quite so. I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer. Oh, for fuck's sake. Why is it that I'm Russian now? Because I'm a dumbass. I observed that you were wearing the same attire as the victim. In other words, you were acquainted. Hey, Cine! Hi! Look what I'm playing! And if my memory serves, that outfit is the traditional dress of the Russian peeps. Our school uniforms are the traditional dress of the Russian people? I had no idea. And I had no idea a detective could get something so wrong. I took a photograph of the victim and the message that I might analyze it for possible hidden details. The music gone silent. What the fuck? This picture is incredible. This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered, before the body was removed. Yes, Kazuma's? Yes, Kazuma had already been taken away when I woke up. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes. Thank you. Photograph of the crime scene has been entered into the court record. Okay, that a thing. Can I ask you something, Mr. Sholmes? What, pray? You mentioned Russia before as well, didn't you? You know, when you said I was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all of that. Oh, yes, the train of reason that led me to the truth. Would you mind explaining that train of reasoning to me? Do you think? Конечно! Certainly, it... Oh shit, I just sold out that I'm Russian. Certainly, it is... Certainly, if it interests you. How many times? I'm not Russian, and I don't speak Russian. Well, I do. Your deduction just now. Can we talk about your deduction before? The thing you conclude about me, I mean. Ah, the now famously accurate, troubling predicament. He's gonna make a stupid point. He's gonna make a horrible point. Don't worry. It's Sholmes. It's not Holmes, it's Sholmes. Ah, the now famously accurate, troubling predicament you find yourself in. Actually, it was the other details that I was more hoping to discuss. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary and assassin of 16 part. Ah, yes, the more sordid details. It was a fairly commonplace deduction. Here we have this morning's paper. Wait. I already see a fuck up. How did you get this morning paper? We're in the middle of a sea for 15 days! What? You lunatic! You idiot! Anyway, the main headline reads... Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. Signal mail? Oh boy, that would be original. This vessel made a port call at Shanghai yesterday, and last night the young Russian was murdered. Since when was Kazuma a Russian? It sounds like Mr. Sholmes has concluded he was Russian because it was Kazuma-sama, because of what Kazuma-sama wrote on the floor. It was a simple act of reasoning to realize that the culprit of this crime was the same merciless revolutionary. One who would kill the very man who helped him to escape after his true identity was discovered. Yes, you! Villain Bolshevik! No. How can it be me? I don't look anything like this man. Just look at this freaking face! Well, you are a fearsome revolutionary after all. Therefore, you have no doubt learned to You learned to revolutionize your appearance as well. Please, shut him up. And I might add, your name does not appear on the ship's passenger list. Need I say more? Oh, that's because I'm a stowaway, you dumbass. What about the other details? The 16 victims of assassination and blowing up the Crystal Tower? I'll express also including weekly profit. Oh, this is going out of control. Ah, yes. The journalist clearly interviewed the man and printed all those particulars in the article. The deeds the man has perpetrated thus far, and those he's plotting. Yes, everything about this revolutionary Bolshevik was included. There can be no mistake. Do revolutionaries usually agree to interviews with newspaper reporters? I wonder. And what about the part where you said I was just returning from Afghanistan? Also quite clearly stated here in the article. The Bolshevik has recently returned after a period of subversive activities in a war-torn region of Afghanistan. Where even is it anyway? This Afghanistan place. Here, take the paper for yourself. As a little memento of this great deduction. Oh, thank you. I've absorbed all that is of interest to me within its pages, but I see no rubbish bin nearby. Ah, so I'm the rubbish bin. I can't complain, it just gave me all the reasons to freaking sue you. I mean, to get out of this mess. And you may find the article on the back page of interest as well. On the back. Get your eyes over it sometime. Sometime, if the interest takes you, though you may need someone to interpret. Don't worry, I'll need to find a Russian then. It's all written in Russian. I couldn't hope to read it. But I suppose it wouldn't hurt just to glance at the article. There might be a picture or two. Большевик убегает из России через Шанхай, Хрустальная башня, математический прорыв. Huh? Disappearance of a famous prima ballerina. Huh. This is interesting. Have you found something relevant, Narada-san? Well, no, I mean, it looks like it might be interesting. See, bottom right says tiara for 20,000 ruble. She disappeared in Shanghai. The same place that guy was. I can't read a single word, I'm afraid. No, nor can I. But look at this picture. Perhaps it's about a beautiful young Russian princess. Do you think? She's very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like this, do you? I don't know. I can't make any sense of it. Ah, I'm glad you've noticed this article. Ah! Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents. Thank you. He pops up everywhere, isn't this, Mr. Sholmes? It's about the disappearance of a young lady last night. Jesus Christ. Okay. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. She is, of course, the talented young Nikolina Pavlova. Why are Russians' names so hard to remember? I don't know. Don't ask me. I would... I just made it fucking weird. Can't read, so much lying. Well, you don't need to read, you need to play whatever you're playing and just listen to this mess I'm reading out loud. Just be shocked. Just always be shocked. Or just make a shocked face. Shoot a bug and be like, it would appear the woman was in costume when she was found to be missing from her dressing room. Wearing the diamond tiara, you see pictured, this, which is worth some 20,000 rubles. Oh, how much is 20,000 rubles? I have no idea, but I'm quite sure it must be an unbelievable sum of money. Zero-san's eyes are shining like diamond. I don't know why I just had the song Shine Like a Diamond. Sorry. Zero-san's eyes are shining like diamonds themselves. The tiara is the property of the Novovich Ballet. It would seem the director is beside herself with worry. Yes, I'm not surprised. The company is most anxious to recover both Miss Belova and the valuable tiara. I requested international assistance at all ports with sailing to Great Britain. Could this be another case of a Russian fleeing his or her country? It does seem to be the Russian thing to do. I'm not even going to dignify that with a response, Mr. Naruto. Aren't 20,000 ruble like it? It's nowadays like that. Nowadays it's like that, but this story is happening in 1800, I think, in 1800s. So you can imagine the price is different. I think it's 1800s. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 1800s. I don't fucking remember when the story is happening. The article about the ballerina has been entered in the court record. I'm afraid I can't read Boards of Russia. No, me neither. I have no idea what any of this says. The pair of you floundering is a sore sight. Allow me to offer some assistance. The article on the front page of this newspaper is concerned with a fearsome Russian revolutionary. It reads, "Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai." Yes, you told us that before. It reveals also that those who see the man's beard with their own eyes never leave to tell the tale. Oh my goodness, he is fearsome. Well, presumably the newspaper photographer was alright, wasn't he? The solution is obvious, of course. If he despises his beard to that degree, he need only shave it off. I'm not quite sure that's the problem, Mr. Sholmes. Okay. What were you just investigating? Before we started talking, you were examining Kazuma's desk, weren't you? Kazuma? Ah, yes, the victim! Did you notice anything useful? Anything at all? Observe for a moment the desktop of the victim. Wait, Mirar, do you remember Sherlock Holmes stories? They happened in 1800s, right? It's not even 19 yet. It's 1800s. I don't fucking remember. I do remember it was London Industrial Revolution, at the time of London's Industrial Revolution. But other than that, I don't remember. So I should know. He's English. If he's here. We see that the victim is engaged in penning some text. London diary. Kazuma was keeping notes of the trip. But I don't think you should read his private writings. It could upset people. Like her. She's gonna flip you. Tragic. And something you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading. You mean to read it already? It is my business to know what other people's do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese. Huh, I see. Well, you're about to know what a Susato takedown is. Yeah, so 1850, for example, and 20,000 rubles is a shit ton. Is she not gonna flip him? Sarasan, aren't you going to throw the detective with one of your trademark takedowns? I'm sorry, Naruto-san. What on earth do you mean? Life is so unfair. Anyway, to return to the matter at hand, namely, this diary belongs to the victim. It would appear the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author were cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of the writing? Pray be precise as to details. Oh, but I thought you knew Japanese. A smattering, dear boy, a smattering. Sayonara, bonsai, mekado, nado. I trust you're suitably impressed. But this diary is littered with complicated-looking characters, of which I can read precisely zilch, nada, nothing. Oh, I'm so funny. So what was all that showing off about before then? If you would be so kind as to show me, I would be happy to read it to you, Mr. Sholmes. You're not gonna flip yourself? I must oblige to my dear madam. The final entry here in Kazuma-sama's diary consists of 2 short sentences. The first reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. A whistling sound? These are very deep waters. Pray go on. The second sentence reads, 1:35 a.m. The game just saved. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilation grill. Speckled band? What on earth does that mean? I have no idea. I've never heard that expression before. The ventilator grill, you say? The man was presumably referring. Yeah, I solved it as well. Oh, you solved it as well? Okay, throw your deduction. Even though you weren't here when we started this episode, so you didn't see the hint. But what's your deduction? Go ahead. I'll wait. Before this dumbass says something stupid again. Bravo. Bravo. To the lattice, there on the wall which connects to the adjoining cabin. Yes, the adjoining cabin. Kazuma's diary has been entered into the court's record. That's what I want to Sherlock Holmes case. Okay. So, I believe I've given you enough to consider for the time being, at least. Do you have somewhere to go? As it happens, the victim's writing in this diary have piqued my interest. The matter warrants further investigation, I believe. And if I ain't still too long, the seasickness takes hold. Oh, I suppose. You're thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilator connects to. Great detectives are a curious breed. Our minds rebel at stagnation. We crave mental exhaustion. So yes, I intend to investigate. Hence the truth will become clear soon enough. You think perhaps that we could go with you? No, that would be somewhat complicated. What? But why? A simple glance at your wrist could reveal the answer. Oh, these. After all, you're the prime suspect in this matter. No? There's no point trying to turn it. There's no point trying to turn it into a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place. Whatever do you mean? I have no recollection of naming you as the culprit at any point. Yeah, but I'm a Russian assassin from Afghanistan. Woohoo! I mean, revolutionary. You must be joking. You just said it! Only a moment ago! Dear me, you are clearly misguided. I would have no cause to say such a thing. Well, actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that too. You're quite sure? Well, that's very strange. I wouldn't have said you had the face of a criminal, you know? Not really. Screw you. So what were you looking at my knees before? Some great detective you are. So what? Were you looking at my knees before? Some great detective you are. Well, anyway, that was then and this is now. What do you mean? What I mean, sir, is this. If you are the culprit, then you must play the part more convincingly. Roll over and accept your fate. Now he's just being plain rude. And off he goes. Having just laughed in my face, his sense of humor is twisted as his name. Naruto-san, what are you just standing there for? We must go and investigate the cabin next door as well. Aren't you forgetting something? What about these? There's no way. After Kazuma-sama spent his dying moments struggling to leave us a clue, you're willing to give up? You're just going to roll over and accept your fate? As if you gave me any choice in the rolling over part. I think we still have some investigation to finish off here first, don't we? Let's carry on examining what we can in this cabin while we wait for a chance to sleep next door. Good idea! The situation doesn't look good for me, but there are still things I can do to help myself. And I owe it to Kazuma to do everything I can to find a way out of this. Bring the real culprit to justice. I didn't finish examining things? Really? Okay. This is the bell cord contraption, I think. What do you mean, contraption? I read about it in a book I was studying that talked about life in Great Britain. Large households often leave bell cords like this, which you can pull to ring bells to summon servants. Really? Sounds almost magical. Why do you have a pitiful look in your eyes like, he's a fucking idiot? Should we give it a little try? Yes! In the interest of cultural research, obviously. Mm-hmm. I suppose nobody comes for lowly Japanese people. No, I'm sure it's just that everyone is busy, that's all. Oh, right. When I went for help and the crewman forced the door open. This bolt has been firmly closed. There's a small bolt, and not particularly sturdy, and it just slides across to secure the door shut. But still, with the door bolted, there would be no way to get in or out of the cabin, that's for sure. It's no wonder everyone suspects me. When she glares at me like that, I feel tense all up and down my spine. I remember reading once in a detective novel. The culprit used a needle and a thread to draw a bolt across from outside the room in a situation like this. Yes, it's a clever trick, isn't it? I am an avid reader of detective stories myself, but the door of this cabin and its frame are made of metal and they seal together perfectly. There would be no possibility of using that needle and thread trick here, I'm afraid. When she glares at me like that, I feel pins and needles all up and down my spine. Why do I repeat myself? Oh, look over there. The crewman, do you mean? He wasn't there before, was he? That's what I thought. Why don't we try talking to him? Well, because I'm likely to get yelled at again. But I suppose I could try. Thou! Sprech them to me, brother! Is something wrong, Naruto-san? Oh, no, it's just that crewman standing by the door. I can't help feeling like I've seen him somewhere before. No, yes, you're right. He does look familiar. Excuse me, sir? Yes? What can I do for you? I recognize that face, but it can't be. Oh! Oh! It is! I didn't know you were here, Inspector Hosonaga! Hello again. What are you doing here? I think that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you, my heart stopped. Nearly stopped, I hope. I received some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew and board the ship. Again? You certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector. If there is anything I can do to help you, please ask. I never expected to see this man on board, but perhaps his presence can help me out of this hopeless situation. So, what are your special orders this time, Inspector? Yes, and why you dressed as a member of the crew? Sorry, I can't see you clearly. My eyes fogged up. I mean, glasses fogged up. Oh, there we go. I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I take full responsibility. For what? My orders were to act as Asogi-san's bodyguard. It was Minister of Justice Jigoku who pushed for this overseas study tour to go ahead. And he entrusted me with ensuring that Asogi-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated. Assassinated? How could that even have been a possibility? Why are we talking like that all of a sudden? I'm not sure. Why are you talking like that? Why didn't you tell me? Because I'm definitely not sure. Warm water. Oh. Much better. But these are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. Minister Jigoku said we should be prepared for all eventualities. This is incredible. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama was assassinated? Oh my god, you pronounced it properly. Obviously, we couldn't give Asogi-san a visible security escort. Which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew. You see? And I didn't take my eyes off of him the entire time we've been on board. From morning until night. Every day. I'm very tired. I haven't slept for 15 days. Extremely tired. But I never imagined it would happen here, inside his own cabin. Here, on the first-class deck. I failed miserably at my assignment. The Asogi-san is dead as a result. I am a disgrace. All I can do is humbly apologize. Inspector. So, if there's anything at all I can do to help now, just say the word. What's the word? The bird. No. Permission to investigate. We're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma's death ourselves. Oh, I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer. Of course not! Would you really like to investigate the cabin next door? Yes, so we need to be allowed out of this cabin. I'm sorry. What? You've been deemed a risk to the ship's safety. If you moved to even touch the handle of the cabin door, I will fuck you up, said in Russian. The stormy-looking seaman there would surely snap your neck in two. I suppose. I'm not just a stowaway now, they think I'm a murderer as well. Would it be possible? You give me something to work with? Do you think I'm going to... do you think? I'm going to need something persuasive. What do you mean? If I had a solid reason why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example, I'd do everything I could to persuade the captain to allow it. Really. I'd lay my life on the line if I had to. But I don't see how. There may be a way. What? Really? Think of how you tried to persuade me of your innocence, Naruto-san. By presenting me with a piece of evidence that you already had in your possession. Evidence. Which is the same as when you are in court. You must have done it many times during your trial. Simply select the present panel and choose some evidence that Inspector Hosonaga could use. So, evidence that would give us a viable reason to investigate the next door cabin, is it? Alright, yes. I think I might know what we can use. Let's see if I can present the detective with the evidence he needs to persuade the captain. So this... ventilation grid. Okay. No, this. Where's my present? Oh. Present. What's that? It's Kazuma's diary. Just before he died, Kazuma-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary. Strange? In what way? He wrote what looks like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilation grill. A speckled band? That is strange. Yes. Yes, we're still trying to work out what he meant by that, but what I'd like to know is... Don't tell me. The ventilator, is it? You're very astute, Spectre. That ventilator clearly joins to the next door cabin. That's right. So if we could investigate in there, we might be able to work out what the speckled band was. My hand. Why do my fingies look so square? Why did they not put a little more polygons in them, like for 2B's butt? I mean, alright then. I can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. The captain has given me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see. I'll have to entrust investigation to you. Really? You're willing to do that? Yes, as long as you don't leave the first-class cabin area. I'm afraid I can't remove those handcuffs, though. But what about the captain? Aren't you going against his direct orders? I'm a man of my word. I cough it out with my blood, and I promise you that I'll lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. After all, I failed to keep Asagi-san safe. This is the least I can do. Thank you. Let's seize the moment then, Naruhodo-san. Just select move, and we can leave this cabin at last. Move. Alright, let's see what we can find out. First class passageway. 9th of January, 7:48 a.m. SS Buria, first class cabin passageway. Oh, I'm finally out of the cabin. You have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious out here than I thought it would be. And this is the most luxurious accommodation? Yes, indeed. Is that a mousetrap? Is that an enormous fucking mousetrap? I want to know the size of these mice on the ship. If that is the size of the trap they use. Jesus fucking Christ. Kazuma-sama was being sent on this study tour by the government. And that's why he was being put up in the first class cabin. Oh, look at that! It's cheese! Oh, Minnie's not gonna like the fact that I can no longer bear her. Oh. Even still, this is about twice as large as my accommodation in street rage. What? Really? That must be awful. Street rage? Why is there so much rage in your... What the fuck? Oh, look over there. There's another crewman keeping watch. And he looks enormous, even if he is sitting down. The door next to him leads to the second class accommodations. I suppose he's making sure that no one comes in here who shouldn't. Suppose, like people in handcuffs. Naruhodo-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. I would have thought you'd be used to this ship by now. We've been at sea for 2 weeks already. Oh, yeah, I know. But the thing is, I was inside Kazuma's trunk when I first came here. And ever since then, I've been shut up inside that little wardrobe. It must have been a very trying times for you. Please, don't give me that pitying look. Excuse me, but could I ask you something? You little stowaway murderer! That wasn't a good start, was it? Alright, let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm so sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask you something of you? You little third-class What? You little third-class lady's maid! Oh. We seem to have caught the sailor on a bad day, Susaru-san. I'm not sailor. My mother gave me name. I am senior crewman, Beef Stroganoff. Your mother had a very good sense of humor then. Or she was a very hungry woman. I think she was planning to raise you until there is a... when people needed to eat and then chew you up, boy. Oh, no! Arabi did not realize what it is! Arabi, write in Google, yes, a beef stroganoff. Yes, beef stroganoff, it's a dish. Instead of beef, you wrote it right, beef and stroganoff without V at the end is F. It's a fucking dish. Yeah, beef stroganoff. Oh god. Oh no, my throat. Oh, that hurts. That fucking laugh and cough at the same time. Jesus. Oh, that. Sirikuman beef stroganoff. Yeah, the best thing is just to avoid eye contact, I think. First class cabin area. Mr. Stroganoff, about this first class cabin area. Here we are in finest part of Buria steamship for very important persons. What sort of very important persons? Government officials, kings and queens traveling in secret. Many important persons. That is why I'm always guarding this place. Gosh, that's amazing. But somehow, I let stupid stowaway inside. I am sad now. I want to pick you up and throw you in ocean, but Stroganoff is not animal. Thank you? If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's currently occupied? Duh! Suzaru-san, did you understand that? It sounded like da. I think it's probably Russian for yes. Or no. Genius. Thank you! My thoughts exactly. It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation. Okay. Well, it sounds like there is somebody in the next door cabin at least. Yes, it's tantalizing. Oh, passenger in the next door cabin. Could you tell us who's traveling in the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's? His name is Mr. Grimesby Roylott. What? Grimesby Roylott? I don't see a pun in there. I guess it's no, just a normal name. Shame. He's very important Western gentleman. Western gentleman. Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with murder of student boy. How can you be so sure about that? Mr. Roylott is authentic Western gentleman. Such a man would have no interest in lowly student from insignificant Far East Island. So, oh, then that was harsh. Could you tell us when Mr. Roylott came aboard? That is not your business. AKA, I don't fucking know. Kinda think of it. Even though we've been in sea for 2 weeks now, and I've been in Kazuma's cabin the entire time, I've never once heard anything from the next door cabin, or even felt like there's anyone in there. Well, presumably, since this gentleman is occupying one of the first-class cabins, he must be rather important. Is that right? That is not your business? Absolutely maybe. Last night? Are you on watch here all the time, Seaman Stroganoff? Duh, all time. So criminals like you cannot come in or get out. No wonder. Could you tell us anything about last night at all? It is said about student boy. Were you on watch last night as well? Of course. And did you notice anything at the time? Anything unusual? Нет! Susaru-san, did you understand that? It was clearly a no. I saw nothing unusual. Nothing at all. And you didn't hear any strange noises or sense anything was wrong in some way. I'm about to push X to doubt because of you averted your eyes. You averted your eyes from me. I'm gonna X to doubt. I'm gonna fucking X to doubt so hard my controller's gonna break. Wait, that's a PlayStation controller. That's a square to doubt. I said no! Oh, now you know to say no. Sorry. I'm not so sure. I'm gonna square to doubt. I could have sworn that you wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there. This is enough. Cannot say more now. Oh? It is time for me to report to Capitan. You must return to Cabina. Yes, alright. Bucklehead to second class area is staying locked at all times. Wait, Jesus Christ, what did I say? Bulkhead to second class area is staying locked at all times. You escape when the lobster whistles on top of the mountain. Or, as English say, when the piggy fly. I understand. Yeah. Now we can investigate this area properly, shall we? Definitely. Well, let's start with the door. There's the way to the second class area of the ship. Is something wrong? I was thinking about making a run for it, just for a moment. Things aren't exactly going well for me. I might be wrong, but I imagine the moment you reach for the handle of the door, the burly seaman would surely shoot you dead. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Oh dear. I'm sorry. Perhaps I went a little too far there. No. I started it with my talk of running away. And there's no way I could run away while Kazuma's death remains a mystery anyway. What are those? That book on top of the table there really is huge. There's a pen with it too. Yes, I'm sure there's a ship's log. Shall we have a little look through it? The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded. You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such a beautiful handwriting. Anyway, look here. Last night's log is almost blank. Is mostly blank. Presumably that means there was nothing to report. This looks like a plan of this SS Buria. Shows each deck, look. The Buria is a large-scale steamship with a triple-skinned hull. What a marvel of engineering. Well, it's been playing in my mind for a while now, actually, but how is that such a huge lump of metal doesn't sink to the bottom of the ocean? Oh, that's really quite simple, Naruhodo-san. It is? Well, consider the Japanese archipelago. The islands of Japan? Yes, they're not metal, but they are enormous lumps of earth, many times larger than the ship. And they don't sink, do they? They've been floating... Ah, good old science. Ah, the people of science they are. And they don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the seas since the gods created them. Well, I suppose so. Was you serious there? Ooh, that. What do you think this is? It's sort of pleasing shaped, isn't it? That's an emergency alarm. It's probably best not to touch it. Oh, an alarm. It says, press only in times of emergency. It looks as though it sets alarm bells ring all over the ship and brings the vessel to a complete stop. Oh. What are you doing, Naruhodo-san? You mustn't touch it! Oh, these I have to see. Oh, okay. But this is an emergency situation. Just look at these handcuffs. You know full well that's not what the alarm is for. If you were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'll be in an even worse situation. I wish everything would just stop, the ship included. If you have to do something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect anyone else. This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to. Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging. Maybe whoever's in that cabin can help solve the particular mystery. Let's ask. Ow. No answer. Whatever luck it seems, there is no one in there to help with our inquiries. How annoying. Ah! What was that? It came from inside the cabin. Such a high-pitched scream. It must have been a woman. Set aside. I'm about to break the door down. Mr. Sholmes? I haven't finished investigating though. I shan't be stopped. When the fit is on me, I revel in kicking doors off their hinges. Please, please, wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted. It doesn't? Then how the deuce can I dispatch this muscular urge? What, pray, can I kick? I think we should go in. There's no time to think about stress relief. 9th of January. SS Bruni, first class cabin, number 12. Who are you? A Western gentleman? This man looks Russian to me. We heard a woman scream. A woman? Don't be absurd. As you can see, there is nobody but me in this cabin. True, this old man does appear to be the only person in here. But in that case, who just screamed? Get out, all of you, now! Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimsby Roylott, I believe? Yes, that's me. And you are? I'm the one and only, the actual Herlock Sholmes. You've heard of me, no doubt? No. I am a great detective among great detectives, one who adorns the covers of popular magazines, no less. So I assure you, you may trust me completely. The man uses that magazine like a business card. A detective? I do not trust detectives. We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. But there wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe this time. So might it be so bold to ask you to open that small traveling case? What? What? Don't be stupid! How could anyone fit in a small trunk like that? Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunk? Fuck you, don't look at me. Oh. Oh my! Did you see that, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes! The case just shook. Leave now. Otherwise, I will chop your dick off. I'll call the stewards, whichever one you like more. So, this is Kazuma's neighbor, Mr. Grimsby Roylott. There's no doubt about it. This strange Russian man is hiding something. I couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find some clues before the burly sailor returns. Last night, Mr. Roylott would like to talk to you about something. No! Oh, I do not want to talk. Leave my cabin now. This is going terribly. We're not getting anywhere here. I agree. Then maybe someone else who can help. What the fuck is it? Perhaps that great detective could get somewhere with Mr. Roylott. Mr. Roylott would like to talk to you about something. No. Oh. I do not want to talk. Leave my cabin now. Ugh, this is going terribly. I agree. Oh boy. Bro. Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes? You need only address me as Sholmes. That's what I just did, isn't it? Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there? Why? I was resting, of course. Resting? Indeed. I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of a wardrobe whilst waiting. Waiting for an inevitable time. That you would need to call my great powers of detection into service. Oh. And it would seem that the hour is upon us now. The time has come? Am I mistaken? Well, no, actually, you're spot on. For once. Observe closely. Our Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Roylott, is clearly trying to hide something. And do you know what is the most effective weapon to use against Russian hiding a secret? Why? The truth, of course. Though it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusive for Russians. No shit! Right. Can you imagine how the Russian will react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it? Oh yes, please! He's got scissors! He's gonna stab me. Well then, what you are about to see may well astound you. A murder of a detective with scissors. That's most likely what's gonna happen. For I'm about to apply my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Too many grades. One was enough. Could this man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you? What? From time to time, it occurs to me. Is this fellow dubious on account of his Russianness? Or Russian on account of his dubiousness? I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you or anyone. That's right. And Mr. Sholmes, I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially in the first meeting, but I once read it is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It bases the judgment. Shh. Shh. I must have complete silence. What are you doing? Why are you peering at my face like that? Ah, just as I thought. Yes, I have quite made up my mind now. Huh? There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Roylott, I've reached two incontrovertible conclusions. What do you mean? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, you're about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not? And number two, the other conclusion I have drawn. You are, at this very moment no less, in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you have been discovered. Why do I have a Russian accent all of a sudden? Does it not? Ah! Oh, Naroda-san, I never imagined I would witness one of Miss Sholmes' great deductions with my own eyes. That was a great deduction. Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person. What? What? What ineffable twaddle! Oh yes, I've read about it countless times in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. And now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his great deduction firsthand. That's the second time you saw it. First time was... no, this is like a dream come true. I can hardly believe it, but all the color has drained from Mr. Roylott's face. It looks like somehow both Mr. Sholmes' conclusions were right. How? How could you... How could I possibly know such things, you wish to say? Very well, I shall elucidate. I shall explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So do I cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning. Put plainly, let us work through my deductions together. The great deduction! The game's afoot. Number 1. Old man's identity. So, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott, obviously. What catches the eye in the first place is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. Now, moving on. The question when backed is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Roylott? Once again, the answer is plain, with a clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper. In particular, the fascinating front page article, which it would appear you have read also, Mr. Roylott. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. They don't look even close. The translation, the headline reads, Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard. Having noted the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, villain Bolshevik. Not that I've heard of you myself. You understand? Is it just me or he's repeating himself what he said to Norhodov first? Now, as for my second conclusion, you are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime, over there. Ah, yes, Mr. Roylott. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you, their eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly, and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the fugitive glance falls. The proof of your crime seen before your very eyes. Yes, the traveling case. It is time, you think, that the case be opened and its contents laid bare. No, I refuse! What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation, a young lady, perhaps? One slight enough to feed therein? Don't be absurd! And what, pray, would be the identity of this young lady in a traveling case? Dear me, we are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup de while betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your traveling case can equally be found on the pages of this newspaper. But there is another most stimulating article. If we turn from fleeting revolutionary to the back page. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Such a headline can lead us to but one conclusion. Your crime is that of abduction. And according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova. Thus concludes Herlich Sholm's great deduction of the Russian enigma, Elemensky. Oh no, I know you tried to sound Russian with this, and I don't know why. They decided that ski is a good Russian proverb in America, but fuck it. But that's wrong. That is so wrong. We don't use ski at the end of the we don't use it that often. We barely use it, as a matter of fact. So, Hassan, that wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about, was it? Well, the stories are full of Mr. Sholmes's brilliant deductions, you know? But that did seem a little different somehow. Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes, could you come over here a moment? Pray, what can I do for you? You want to sound Russian, you just say bulka, vodka, vodka, bля. More or less, yeah. That is closer to ski. Oh, that is much closer. Pray, what can I do for you? It's about your deductions. Would you mind? Not at all. Go on. Mirar. Well, to start with, there's the newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but these two men look nothing like each other. Exactly. Oh yeah, so I recall our discussion earlier. And at the time, I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary, well able to revolutionize his own appearance. In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Roylott does look more like this man than you do. That's not the point. And another thing, the part about him abducting the ballerina? Indeed, a truly startling revelation. At first glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. Not just at first glance, it is too small, clearly. You'd be lucky to fit a 5-year-old child into that case, even if you pushed really hard. I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she? You mean you don't know? No, the young lady is 15. No, I didn't know. How could I? Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her would be poking out from the case. Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain lightness in their bodies. What does it sound like you tried that and it's speaking from experience? I don't fucking know. Can you explain anything that is being said here? Most of it is being stupid. And I love it. Vinegar? Vinegar? For such a sour bunch, it would surely be simplicity itself to contort oneself into the confines of that small case. Oh dear. You might be thinking of contortionist in the circus, Mr. Sholmes? Yes, contortionist. This whole thing is turning into a circus.
Mr. Naruhodo, something occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deduction just now. I think his powers of persuasion are, well, magical. His eyes cut the heart of a matter almost instantly.
No. What you should have said, not magical, but fraud.
It's just where he directs his attention and his logic that seems little off.
Your idea of a little may be a little off itself, Miss Sato.
It's just one or two key words in his deduction that seems to let him down. So I was wondering if we might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives. What do you think?
Switch some keywords in this deduction?
Yes, but very tactfully. I feel sure we could do that. We'd unlock the true genius of Mr. Sholmes' great deduction.
Precisely the thought that was going through my own mind. This man is a lot of work. Times, I wonder how anyone puts up with me. It's not that funny. And you, my good fellow. Sorry. Take a moment to look at your wrists. My wrists? What the fuck did that happen?
What? What are your handcuffs?
Oh, how did I escape? I felt they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. I don't believe it.
Mr. Sholmes,
you are a marvel. No, he's a fucking criminal. And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrists when we are finished. I'm not worried. In fact, I'd rather stay like this. So, let us begin. Alex Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. So, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott, obviously, what catches the eye in the first place is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now, we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us right in the face. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away a copious beard on your beard you spot.
I'm sure. Could you like your shears like that to cut off a beard?
And now that's something I'll ever have to worry about. It doesn't quite sit right with me, though.
It doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roylott either.
Which means, I suppose, that the deduction is wrong.
Let's try to switch a keyword here, Naruhodo-san, and see if it helps matters.
Alright, but how?
I think we should start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Roylott.
What if it's really his beard that he intends to use those shears on?
Exactly. If we do manage to find something that seems to fit sense of Mr. Sholmes' deduction better,
then what?
Then I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Naruhodo-san.
Why am I the one to do something about this?
Well, anyway,
let's see if there's anything we could even use to switch around in that last sentence. What exactly was Mr. Roylott really going to use those normal shears for? What the fuck? What the? Who's this?
It looks like a cascade of stunning golden locks.
No. The collar is not the point. The point is, what's it doing on the back of Mr. Roylott's head? And how is it growing out from underneath his thick black hair?
Well, yes, that's true. So, it's stunningly beautiful and stunningly surprising.
Something definitely not right here. Why did Naruhodo go Russian again? Okay.
Yes!
You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the golden locks you spot. Indeed. You have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. Were you though? Were you though, you piece of shit? Such lush golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. Is the ballerina? You're not a man at all. You're a woman. And judging from the length and sheen of your hair, one still very much in her youth. Oh no! If only I had managed to cut off my hair, no one would have suspected. The question then begged is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of these magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. Well, that was a shock. I had no idea that old man was really a young woman in disguise. Did you? What? Why are you staring at me like that? Yes, it was a surprise. Not about the sun? Yep. She's still pretending. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Sorry? You look like you're in your element as you dance around the room deducing the facts with Mr. Sholmes. I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything. This is strictly business. Nothing else. Yes, I understand. Say no more. Anyway, let's focus on this next part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction, shall we? The evidence that he's picked out doesn't fit the fact at all now. No, that's true. Given that Mr. Royal is actually a woman. Exactly. He, or rather she, can't possibly be merciless revolutionary. I suppose it's because the deduction as a whole has taken a different direction now. Yes. Let's switch the evidence for something else. Something that is the facts, as we now understand them. For some reason, this woman needed to hide her true identity. I feel as though I've either read or heard about a young woman in a situation like that recently. Alright, I'll do my best. This. Take that! Article about ballerina. The evidence that reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right! You've hit the nail on the head. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. It would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of the Novovich Ballet's prima ballerina, Miss Nikolina Pavlova. Ah! Oh. Okay. It's very dangerous, kids, to play with scissors, as you could see. Okay. You're right. My name is Nina. I mean, Nikolina Pavlova. Wait, do I give her a heavy Russian accent as well? I don't even fucking know how to do that. But for some reason, I blanked out. Wait! She got thinner the moment she got rid of her beard. What the fuck? She removed her paddings as well. Or did she have balloons there? No. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone. No, I can't do it. A ballerina on the run. Sold! Wrongdoings? With kidnapping the ballerina. Correction? No. As for the second conclusion, Unit Mirror. You are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing the most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime, over there. Why do you keep looking there? Ah, yes, Miss Pavlova. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you, the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the fugitive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, the traveling case. This woman is the ballerina and she's right in front of our eyes. So clearly she can't be inside the traveling case as well. No, that's right. It seems she wasn't abducted at all. In which case, what is the crime this young woman is apparently committing? Huh. I can see I'm going to have to step in and fix the great detective's mistake again. The great dumbass mistake again. You seem to look pleased, Narada-san. Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Sholmes? Stop! Anyway, there must be something else here that shows what this woman is up to. Yo, are you fucking with me? Really? Sholmes, you fucking idiot. Wow, look at this dazzling tiara. I've never seen anything like it. Are those real diamonds, do you think? Ooh. Oh, Narada-san, try it on. What? Me? Is it usually girls who wear tiaras? Wouldn't you like to try it on? Oh no, I couldn't possibly. It's far too beautiful. Why does the tiara look familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere recently. Take that! Oh yeah, you're right. Wrong game. The proof of your crime? Surely this tiara. I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in the Novovich Ballet, is it not? Indeedy! It would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here in this newspaper article. And if the reporting is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you've committed is theft. Oh no. Yes, you left your ballet troupe, unlawfully taking their precious tiara with you. Correct? Okay. I have no one, no family, no friends. I'm all alone. And I need money. But I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do you say, an Earl of Prussia. It belongs to me. This girl is only 15 years old. She's run away all by herself. She must have been extremely lonely. Alright, I will tell you everything. There's no point to hiding it now. Come now, let us not be hasty. What? There remains one unsolved mystery about you. Mystery? What do you mean? You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case. The case of yours in our presence. It is reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason why you wish it to remain closed. Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? Oh! My dear girl, there's no sense in playing games with me.
Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, a very good idea of the contents of your case, even before I have ever laid eyes on them. Okay, my voice is going to shit, but I will continue. Dear me. You are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup d'oeil betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the book, on the bookshelf. How did you fucking get to that? He completely changed tack with his deduction now. I think Mr. Sholmes is adapting his logic to the changing circumstances, don't you? Maybe. But why is he suddenly brought the bookshelf into all this? It's just a wild guess, surely. Do you think so? Oh, do you think so? Just a wild guess, surely. Oh, do you think so? Well, it doesn't seem likely the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case would have been written in a book that doesn't even belong to her. Yes, that's true, but still. Miss Pavlova certainly did cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself. And there has to be another reason why she won't open her case. And it must be somewhere in the same area, if that's where her gaze was involuntarily drawn. I agree. That's the only answer. Whatever she has hidden inside that case should be revealed by following her gaze in the direction of the bookcase. This. Pat. These are the rules of passage for travels aboard SS Burya. That's what it was! It wasn't Burya, it wasn't it was Burya. Damn it! I'm a dumbass. SS Storm, basically. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabin. Bats are also strictly forbidden. Was exactly the same notice in our cabin, too. I wonder what happens if you break the rules. Oh dear, I'm sure the punishment would be severe in Narhodo-san. You'd probably be left to drift in the freezing cold ocean. Or shut inside a tiny wardrobe for days on end. So, I've actually been serving time for weeks now, have I? Take that!
Yes!
The snack is a pet. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passengers. Rules of passage, Jesus Christ. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from carriage on this vessel. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time, but no weapon or other dangerous item would move of their own accord. Unless it's a Resident Evil game and this is a biological weapon, then oh shit. But wait, biological weapon counts as a pet. Oh no. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova, inside your traveling case. Is the last item listed as forbidden in the vessel's rules of passage. Wait, it is a passage, it's not passengers. Passage, a pet. Why did I think rules of passage was wrong? Huh. Correct my head. Oh boy. Possession of a prohibited animal. Solved. Deduction complete. Elementary, my boy. Well, I mean, my dear. Just to avoid copyrights, I said, my boy. Yes, yes, yes. So clearly, you aren't who you said you were.
No, I'm not. Grimsley Roylott. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct.
You abscond during one of your ballet company's performances in order to escape to your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel, which couldn't have been easy. The Buria is a huge steamship with a vast ocean, but you really have snuck on board without being noticed. In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman, and you intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Yet to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave well alone. So, if it was just you about to cut off your own hair, who was it that let out the scream we heard from outside the cabin? Her? She was in pain cutting off her hair, obviously. That veritable thinking of a bell. Why none other than the young lady, naturally. Naturally. More like a full set of pipes, if you ask me.
I was so scared when I ran away from Shanghai. I was sure they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how do you say, disgust myself?
Okay.
So no one would recognize me. As a result, you transformed yourself into that questionable old man.
Oh my god, they have the same voice. Whoops. Let me see. I don't have many female voices. Okay, I'm just gonna give her fucking... I can't. My fucking throat hurts. I can't give another female voice. I just tried and my head is like...
I put on the fur hat and fake beard. Then just before you came in...
Why does she sound English with this? Oh, fuck it. I'll just read with my own voice. I'm not gonna change my pitch. Then just before you came in here, I saw in the newspaper. My voice is fucked. I can no longer do anything. Right on the page, there was a picture of moi.
I was so frightened, I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearance completely, they would find me. So I decided to cut all my hair as fastly as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand and... In that precise moment, we walked in through the adoringly unlocked cabin door.
I will, you fuck. But it's just Susato and the other woman just... You don't pay me at all, you son of a bitch!
Things happen like... Things happen like that sometimes, don't they?
You bastard. Things do intend to happen like that from time to time. Are those two even talking about the same thing?
There's just one more thing I'd like to know. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case? You are right. It is my dear friend inside. My only friend in the whole world.
Now she sounds like a grandma. Jesus Christ. I just don't... Yeah, my voice is fucked. I can't do another female voice right now.
Don't tell anyone if the captain finds out. If you say to any of the crew.
Your secret is safe with us, I assure you. But in return, you must tell us as much details as you can muster about the events of last night.
Yes, all right. I will tell you. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, Wasn't it something? Mr. Sean's great deduction.
It was certainly something, yes. I'm just not entirely sure what, but at least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible. Indeed! It is incredible. Ah, and one more thing. Oh, yes, what? Observe your wrists. My...
You fuck! Huh? Your hands are cuffed again? What? But how?
True to my word, I have restored your shackles.
Ah, when and why? There's still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruto. I'm sorry to say, can be helped at the moment.
Can't it? Really?
Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. I can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the speckled band that Kazuma-sama wrote about in his diary really was.
Whatever, last night. Did you know that someone was killed in a cabin next door to this one last night?
One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast.
The man who died was a friend of mine.
Oh!
I did not know I could do a gnome voice. I'm a gnome, and you just got gnomed.
Oh!
Oh my, I did not know I could do that when I'm sick. I don't know why that made me laugh. I just memed myself. Memed and trolled myself with my own voice. Oh, God. Stop making me laugh, you fuck. Oh, I'm in pain. That's why we're trying to find out what happened. I know I'm a thunder when it comes to voice acting, but not that much. I'm in pain over here. Did you notice anything unusual last night?
Perhaps you heard a strange noise. For example, perhaps people talking.
Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest. Perhaps its steam engine exploded. Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if that had happened.
Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know.
I need to make her squeaky. She's 15 only.
I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything that was happening around me.
Huh. I see. You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Novovich Ballet.
Uh-huh. I'm traveling to Great Britain, and from there, I want to go to America. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I will start a new life.
You wish to forget? A challenging proposition when you have that striking tiara as a reminder.
But the tiara is mine! I need it to live!
Okay.
I have no money of my own. The Novovich Ballet gives us only a little food and water, and we must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. So you ran away to protect yourself? Yes, and the crew of this ship, they have all been kind to me. They let me come on board, and they said I could hide in this cabin.
If that is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova, it creates a most intriguing conundrum.
Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruto?
Right? Oh, yes, of course. I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation. Until what conundrum, I'm not sure, but okay. Conundrum. Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. I'm a riddler now! Wait, that's a joker. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. Oh, they did a stop yesterday. Okay, okay, yeah, that makes sense. The stops, yeah, that makes sense. I'm the stupid one, okay. However, the SS Buddha stopped by no port last night. Oh, fuck you! Fuck you! I just connected the dots and now you fucking ruined the dots because you're full of shit. So I was right. How the hell did you get a fucking newspaper? Is it Siegel Express? Is it a fucking Siegel Express? Now I'm actually curious. How the hell did they get the fucking newspaper? From yesterday. I mean today. Today in the morning. How? From where? Unless a telegraph. A telegraph. The ship has its own telegraph and a printing system. So they were like the whole fucking newspaper clipping. I mean, the whole, what, 10 pages in that? 20 pages? Imagine listening to 20 pages of and the pigs, and the pig. Holy shit. Ah. Well, fuck. Now that I don't fucking know, they have fucking, I don't know, they have a satellite. They have a fucking satellite, I don't fucking know. Russian ships are very advanced. That's all I can say right now. I don't have any other explanation. And the internet, absolutely. Russian ships in 1850 were very advanced. Mm-hmm. This is fucking stupid. Anyway, it's a story. It's a fucking fantasy. So let's continue. But it still triggers me. The SS Buddha stopped by no port last night. Ah, that's it. Of course. So, how is it, pray, that you come to be aboard? Now that I think about it, the crewman outside the cabin acted very strangely when he mentioned that. It was just after we asked him about when the occupant of the cabin came aboard. That is not of your business. Yes, you're right. You did seem to be hiding something. Okay. That's just a quote. Okay, never mind. An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage. Sorry. What was that? It is how the Russian newspaper describes one of my performances. I can fly, motherfucker. And that is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens, because I'm an angel. Well, put the cuffs on her. She's a fucking... Wait, no, I'm sorry. There is no need to put cuffs on her. Straight jacket would work. Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid. Considering your English is not your mother tongue, Runosuke.
Mr. Jones said I never can resist a touch of the dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same.
A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself. A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement, The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, in fact. Well, are you creating ads now? Are you selling your books now? Yes, Mr. Showy. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. Right. So, the friend you mentioned is inside your traveling case, is that right?
I don't think animals are allowed on board, according to the rules of passage. Oh, please, don't tell any of the crew. If they found my precious...
And then the burly Russians would bestir themselves in unison to throw you and your case overboard, no doubt. So reassuring, Mr. Jones.
But what sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? It is, isn't it? Fuck no.
Maybe an adorable little webbit?
Wrong again.
Ha! You credit Russia as a land with small rabbits, do you? Oh. Don't they have small rabbits there then? You may well ask. I have no fucking idea. You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of young ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken!
Fucking idiot!
Why? How did you get to the conclusion it would be a chicken? Oh.
Really?
Consider the benefits. He's so smart. Yeah, he's absolutely smart. Did I miss something? Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call. Daily fresh eggs. And when adversity strikes, it could satisfy the needs of sustenance. So, you'd eat your friends. I'll remember that.
You're a fucking idiot.
Well, it would appear this friend's identity is a closely guarded secret, not to be revealed. Nothing funny. She obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I should like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. Oh, back. This is the diary of my friend who passed away.
His diary? His diary?
Yes, and he wrote in at last night before he died something a little unusual. It reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. And then a few minutes later, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilation grill.
A speckled band? I don't understand.
It's strange, isn't it? But a ventilator he mentioned joins this cabin, you see. It's up there on the wall.
In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. Oh. Miss Pavlova, has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps? With the power of ... I plead fifth. No. I don't know anything.
Oh, wait, she's still Russian. She doesn't know what fifth is.
I don't know anything.
Oh. Uh-oh. Excuse me, Mr. Roylord. Yes, what? Wow, she's fast. Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once. Please. All right, I'll come now. What? You must leave now. Oh no, it's fine. Don't mind us.
Yes, please don't worry yourself, Mr. Roylord.
Get out! The passengers said out, or you want me to throw you out? Ugh. Looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later.
What a pity.
And so we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. Needless to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passage outside. I did a lot of continued. Okay. 5 minutes break. I'm gonna drink water. Gonna take a no. I'm gonna take a piss. Drink some water. Make sure I have enough coffee left, and we'll continue. I'm really in a reading mood. I really like those games. You know why? Because when you start reading them, you just can't stop. Because you want to know what's next. What is next? Visual novels are awesome! Unless they're horrible. Unless it's just written so horribly. And I mean you. Shoujo stories. When I was a Platinum Trophy Hunter, PS Vita would get a shit ton of shoujo stories. From PS Plus. And I, like a fool, would try to get platinums on them. The worst part about it was one of them was awesome. The incredible story. The rest was piece of shit. And it was a torture reading them. Anyway, 5 minutes break, then we return. Those games live and die by their right role. True. You are absolutely correct. All right. Let's continue. 9th of January. SS Buya. First class cabin. Passageway.
I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that.
I wish we'd managed to find some clue as to what speckled band might be.
We didn't manage to investigate at all. Can I imagine? That we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door.
He's clearly glaring at us, as if to say, don't even think about it. Huh, wait a minute. What is it?
Well,
What happened to our great detective friend? Where'd he go?
oh yes, he's completely disappeared.
When did he do that? He slipped away as quickly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back at my wrists. That piece of shit.
Ah, a trap for catching mice.
Yes, we have plenty of those back home in Japan. Although they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait.
Let me see. Yes, I think that's what it's called. Cheese. It's made from the milk of cows.
Cheese. I wonder what that tastes like. Don't.
You can't eat it, Naruto-san. The trap will snap shut on your fingers.
Really? But... I suppose you're right.
You weren't actually going to try it, were you?
All I've had to eat for the past couple of weeks is Kazuma's leftovers. You don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe.
Or you. I'll find a little snack for you later.
Oh, she was nice. That was nice of her. Mr. Sailor. I only wish we'd had a chance to look around in Miss Pavlov's cabin. What? Why you look like that? You want something? Maybe. You want me to throw you out again? Oh, no, definitely not that. Next time I have to throw you out, I show you where lobsters spend winter. Understand? I understand. Maybe I should steer clear of him until he's forgotten my face. I already did.
I don't think you'll ever forget your face, Naruto-san.
No, I just did. I literally just did. Nobody believes me. Ever. First class cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin.
Not our cabin. It's Kazuma's cabin. Kazuma-sama's.
Sorry?
Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin.
You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? As small as a wardrobe I've been calling home. Anyway, I wonder if Inspector Osanaga has managed to uncover any new clues.
Yes, we should probably find him and ask.
Back. SS Booyah. Oh, they don't even give time, so what's the point of reading that out loud? It looks like they're still investigating here.
Yes, on that subject. I wonder if Inspector Saga is unscathed.
What do you mean unscathed?
Surely you haven't forgotten, have you? Naruto-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you.
Oh, yeah. But I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some information for us. You never know. Oh, there he is. Oh, he's gotten his ass handed to him. Yo! Where did you go? Sorry! I just went to the next door cabin to investigate. Why? Why? Who gave you permission for this? Well, Seaman Hosonaga, sir, did. That new Japanese, was it? Later I will roll him into a ball and throw him in the cold room.
He's gone back to guarding the door. I hope Inspector Hosonaga doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account.
He really got out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at Le Carnival.
That could be a very long time from now, Naruto-san.
Ah, you back. Inspector?
What happened to you? Your faces!
Please, don't worry about it. They're just scratches. Maybe a bear? Maybe? When I told the captain that I'd given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fist and then toss me overboard.
What?
But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing, really. It looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to.
Well, thanks for your efforts. We now know a little about the neighboring captain.
Yes, so understand. Oh! I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like Herlock Schultz. Huh. I don't think he was German though. That explains it. Should we compare notes then? I can tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it. The cabin next door. What? Nikolina Pavlova? She's in the cabin next door? Oh. Do you know who she is? Please. Self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know. Wouldn't know that graceful angel. Oh, I mean, what self-respecting I literally missed what? What self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel? Oh, I didn't need to voice that. He did it himself. Whoops. I think I upset him there. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated, to the case at least. No, how? Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? Oops, no, I've definitely upset him.
Inspector, is your investigation in here proven fruitful?
If I'm honest, there is very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here. Try not to take my eyes off the job.
Oh, I see.
Ah, there is one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. Oh, what?
Yes, do tell us, Inspector.
New info. What is this new information you have, Inspector? It's this. The Buddhist medical officer has finished his examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report. Oh? Kazama's post-mortem report?
Kazama-sama.
So? What was the cause of death? Damage to the cervical vertebrae is what's written in the report.
His neck was broken?
Yes, it would seem so. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury. Wait, so the snake has nothing to do with it then?
I think at first I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. Well, what weapon was used then?
Arabic? We failed. It was not a snake. No, still. Oh. You think it choked him? A boa. Just a moment. My neighbors are pieces of shit. Just a moment. I have to close my window because my neighbors are pieces of shit. I know I'm yelling and shit while reading out loud, but those fuckers just turned on the music, and he held the Plurian to get food. The snake. Oh. Yes, the Russian guy was also strangle marks on his face. Oh. Huh. I actually thought that was like, you know, just his fucking battle. Damn it, what's his name? But yes, that would make sense. If it's a boa, then yes, it makes sense. But if it's a, you know, small snake, that's a different story entirely. Because of this little here. Speckled band. Well, boy is a pretty thick boy. So I wouldn't call it a band, you know? Well, what weapon was used then? Nothing has been found as yet, but the fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object. Something that wouldn't leave a mark. Oh, I see. No signs of a wound, but there would be a sign of strangulation. If it was a boa. If it was a snake. All the body's nerves run through the spine and to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. It is a possibility, and no obvious wound would be left. Do I have a picture of the dead body? Yes, I do. Well, okay, but it's just this picture doesn't show any damage. Anyway, let's continue. It is a possibility, and no obvious wounds would be left. Poor Kazuma. I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it. Really? Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you. After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? Oh, my friend! The post-mortem report has been entered into the courtroom. Time to get to know it better. Victim male, Far Easterner. Time of death somewhere between 1 a.m. and a little past 2 a.m. Cause of death, damage to the cervical vertebrae, resulting in instant death. The victim's neck was almost certainly broken as a result of a strong blow to the area. No obvious external injuries or traces of poison. Did the snake fucking did Indiana Jones on him? Like, I mean, not what? Like a whip on the back of his head, on the back of his neck. I need more info. Drop on him. Or drop on him, yes. No, there was a piece of a vase as well. Or something. Did it take something and just on his head? Well, we'll find out sooner or later.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here, was he?
Yes. He seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept on the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything at all? Actually, now you mention it, yes. Just one thing, but he practically shouted it. It's shoe polish! Was all he said. Shoe polish? I wonder what he meant. Oh! It was when he was over there by the piece of broken glass, do you see? Ah, perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark. Do you think? Ah, yes. There's a bell. It's not... It's a fucking bell. It looks like a bell. Ah, yes. That must be it. When they zoomed it from above, it looked like a piece of a bell. No. But how could Mr. Sholmes know that it's a shoe polish? That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. What is this, Saru-san?
Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue.
Dark tan? So dark brownish red then?
Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him.
You did what? Oh. Does this mean that this mark was made by the polish of Kazuma's shoes as they scuffed on the floor? Ugh. A piece of small glass object and what looks like a scuff mark made by Kazuma's shoes when found by the victim's body. That's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewmen's eyes are boring into the back of my head. As that might be for the best. Thank you.
Poor Inspector. You look exhausted.
Oh, no. Well... I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asogi-san. He was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You are his friend. The truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke this morning. A heavy head? That's interesting. My head's still throbbing too. Tatami mats, okay. Let's look at this closer.
It really is such a beautiful color, this glass.
Looks like whatever it was is broken clean in two. But the other half is nowhere to be seen.
And then there is the brick-colored mark.
Which is shoe polish, according to that great detective you seem to know all about.
I suppose we must be from Kazuma-sama's shoes.
Maybe. But what I'd like to know is, how can the detective be so sure that it's shoe polish and not something else?
Because he's a great detective, of course.
That's hardly a reason, is it? This is where Kazuma spent his final moments writing his diary.
1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Looking at his writing here on this page, it's almost impossible to believe that he's gone. Kazama-sama left us a valuable clue in these words. I'm sure of it. We have to solve this mystery, Naruto-san. We will.
We will. So this ventilator joins Miss Pavlova's cabin.
Yes, that's right.
And just a few minutes before he died, Kazuma saw something emerging from it.
The speckled band,
As he described it.
Oh! If only Miss Pavlova had been able to shed some light on it, but she seemed as baffled as we are.
Yes. I wonder if she's telling us everything though.
Not sure.
I know most people aboard would say the same about me, but there was something about that woman that didn't sit right with me. So it's clear that these letters were written with the ink that was somehow spilled on the floor. And they spelled the Russian word for wardrobe.
It does seem to be an ambiguous pointer to you, Naruto-san, as you were sleeping in there.
But to be truly unambiguous, it should have just spelled out my name, don't you think?
Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazama-sama would have written these last words, or word, in Russian.
Which begs the question of who did write it. Yeah, especially because of this. Because of the report. Instant death. He wouldn't have time to write his dying wish. He was already dead.
All the books provided for passengers occupying this cabin, neatly arranged on the shelf. They were all over the place when we first looked around, if you remember.
Oh yes. And you tidied them up, didn't you?
You have to look after the ship's property. Unruly behavior in the cabins leads to damage.
But it really wasn't me who knocked them over.
Well, anyway, I feel much better now that they're neatly lined up. I can't relax when things are untidy.
What caused them to? Wait, Pavlova's room was like that as well. So was it stormy yesterday? Or at least that night? These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Buddha.
Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden.
So by bringing her pet on board, Miss Pavlova has broken the rules.
She called it her friend, didn't she?
Yes, although we don't know what form this friend takes as yet.
I'm not saying that whatever it is, it's inside the traveling case in her cabin.
Friend. There's more to this than it seems, I think. I think that's all. Can I go out? Can I still go out? Ah, I can move. They're not stopping me anymore.
Look, Naruto-san! Seaman Stroganoff has gone!
Strong enough? Wait.
The burly little Russian sailor who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us.
All these Russian names are impossible to remember. Tra-la-la-la-la. Did you hear that? It sounded like someone singing. Tra-la-la-lira-lira-lay. I did the great. I did it the great detective way. Oh boy, he's the idiot.
This caroling. I know that lark-like voice.
Well, never mind that now. There's a gold opportunity for us.
Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can and investigate.
Yeah. Before that stringy knot crewman comes back.
It's Stroganoff, not Stringy Knot.
This is Buddha, first class cabin, number 3. Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. Susanna-san! Oh, where'd she go? Hey! What are you doing? Those are our private things!
There's not a moment to waste, Narodat-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can.
I suppose you're right. For Kazuma's sake.
Not just for Kazuma-sama.
What do you mean?
It can't be long now until we arrive at port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there.
Really?
We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san. By ourselves, or by ourselves if we have to.
Yeah, we will. I have an ally now!
Ooh. Oh my, Miss Pavlova's cave is open!
It's completely empty inside, but according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there.
Yes, a friend. That she had to keep secret.
Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Buddha. I wonder what kind of animals she had in there. And more to the point, where is it now? And the boats have toppled over together. Look, every single one.
Do you think that the god of sea, that's the god of sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though.
It's exactly the same as the bookcase next door. In Kazuma's cabin.
Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase.
I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from a ballet company?
Alright then. It must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage.
Not everything bad that happens on the ship is because of me, you know. Well, anyway,
I'll set them all straight again in here. In here too. I don't like seeing things in disarray.
Yep, let's announce to the world we've been here. Susanna-san is not that smart, is she?
Ah, yes.
They're displayed in this cabin too, look. The SS Brew's rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabin. Pets are also strictly forbidden.
I suppose Miss Pavlova realized that she needed to keep the contents of her case a secret after she read this. A special friend, I mean.
I'm wondering where her friends disappeared to now.
He's probably having fun
Exploring the ship, I imagine.
I just hope Seaman Stroganoff doesn't find it and throw it overboard.
Oh, yes. So do I. Wait. Oh.
Naruto-san, are you there?
Sorry, I'm right here. Yes. Why?
Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place to go.
Screw you! Believe me, I don't have so strange compulsions to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know? I'm not a trailblazer.
Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes.
I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding in there, but no such luck. At least somebody realized my joke. Recognized my joke.
I wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor.
Yes, it doesn't look like it's been dropped. More like it was put there deliberately.
Do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above here?
What? A leak?
In this ship? Is this ship quite safe?
I'm sure that even if there's a little leak in the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship is going to sink.
No. You're right. Of course you're right.
She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? That was one of my favorite things that I voiced. The climbing into the fucking wardrobe. And then scaring the fucking maid that came to clean. That was one of my favorite. I was laughing while I was crying. Oh my god. While I was reading that.
I suppose every cabin has a waste paper basket.
Shall we have a little look and see what's been thrown away?
Son? It's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know?
No size. Just looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now.
However, these are special circumstances, I think.
Exactly! We have no choice! There's hardly anything in here at all. Just a bunch of condoms.
Oh, well, that's a little disappointing.
Okay. I thought there would be more contact, so I would shove in the condom joke more. But, okay. That is a little disappointing. Good thing that this is not... Yeah, good thing it isn't. Good thing it's not muscular as well. I wouldn't want to deal with a fucking trash king again. There are just a few books on a desk. Nothing else by the looks of it. Well, Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. She hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all. That's true. Wait. That was Susato. Okay. That's true. I wonder what kind of books she likes to read.
Let me see. Yes, I see. It would seem that...
That was fast.
It would seem that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading. Books written in Russian.
Oh, thanks. I think I probably already knew that.
Oh, it's rude to ask too much of people, Naruhodo-san. Can't remember that.
She's growing on me. Susato-san is growing on me.
It would seem this teapot is empty.
So the natural conclusion is that the Russians are a very thirsty people.
Or because Miss Pavlova only came into this cabin last night. She hasn't had the chance to make any tea yet. I mean, it could be either. It's definitely not they're excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on it. You're rather obstinate, aren't you? Naruhodo-san? Okay, did I miss something? Oh, right. I know exactly what I missed. The door! No, this. So this ventilation connects to Kazuma's cabin next door. Yes, although what a fool. Although what a fool a shipbuilder must be to open a ventilation into another room. Maybe it's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm. Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning. That is a possibility. Anyway, last night Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of its ventilation. This cabin door has the same simple sort of bottle latch than our cabin door has. Blech. Can't read. If the bolts drawn across, there's no way anybody could enter the cabin from outside. Yes, it's not a particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? But still, it wouldn't slide across of its own accord, would it? No, and the door is made of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magnets to unbolt it from the outside. And it seals up perfectly, too, to stop any seawater coming in. So you couldn't use the method you told me of passing a thread through a crack around the closed door either. I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me. There's one of these next to the bed of Kazuma's cabin too. Yes, it's a bell cord. I can't resist. She barely hesitated there, and she gave it a good tug too. Please don't come, anybody. Don't sell us out. No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come. We don't want them to! We're trying to investigate in secret! Hey, did I miss something here? Huh. I think that's all. Can I present? No, I can't. Wait. Really? That's a thing? No, I like it. But it doesn't help me. Oh, wrong one. Ooh. Probably over here. Somebody on the right or something like that. Oh yeah, we did hear a dumbass. Oh yeah, there's the dumbass. And he's been waiting for quite a while. Oh, it's Mr. Sholmes, look. Wow. You never know when he's going to turn up next, do you? He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself. Tra-la-la, li-ra-li-ra-lay. I
did it the great detective way. He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us?
Or he's simply in extremely high spirits.
Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when the yarn bit off more than it could chew. And through it all, when there was doubt, its lucky hair-like was about. Excuse me? I solved it all understood. So I did the great detective way. Why did I do that? Mr. Sholmes! What is it? You want to fight? Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing, and I was just about to reach a climatic finish. Sorry, I thought you were never going to stop, so I figured now's a good time as any. Ah! I very nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. Alright, I get the picture. Now, could you put those fists away?
Mr. Sholmes, you seem to be examining something before we interrupted you.
Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in study of the ship's log, as penned by the stockily built crewman who's usually on guard here.
Ah, yes, the ship's log.
And did you find anything useful from it? Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries are blank. Which means there was nothing to report. Nothing of note happened, so... You truly are a student from Land of the Rising Sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Sorry? Your logic, my boy, is inverted.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
Observe the other pages, and all shall become clear. It would seem the same crewman often stands sentry in the first-class passageway, and he has an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. Oh, he writes that in every 30 minutes?
Nothing to report.
Precisely. But put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there is just that. And yet, the ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report.
Do you mean...
Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night which led to the seaman being absent from his post.
What kind of circumstances? What happened?
That remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribbling nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I will stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log. The ship's log in your mental file. The ship log has been entered in the court records. Log in the log. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. Absolutely, yes. That one was good. Now, you're starting to understand what my way is, I see. What makes Sholmes Sholmes? Brilliance! Ouch. What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with throbbing head this morning. For some reason, nothing more. Well, my friends, until our next encounter.
Let's not let's just not. Still sing to himself. I can hear it as he wanders off down the passageway. Is something wrong, son? You seem lost in thought. It's just... Well, I feel the same. Sorry? Ever since I woke up this morning, I've had something of a headache. Oh, thank God it was a headache. I thought you had a throbbing... I'm gonna stop there. A sort of continuous throbbing. Oh no! Oh no! Don't take it out of context, but take it out of context. Oh, you too? Okay, let me look at the court record. Nothing to report. Nothing to report. Nothing to report. Nothing to report. Blankies. And beef stroganoff. Okay. Anything else here? No? Okay. Okay. Let's go back to my cousin's quarters. Nope. Okay. Miss Pavlova cabin back. What's that? It's the Nazis! The Nazis are attacking! Shut down the engines immediately! Vessel sighted a quarter-mile 4! Full stop! Hard to stop her! All hands, brace for impact! Oh, it's wars, it's pirates. What the? I think we're about to crash into another ship. What? I can't stand! Zora-san, hold on to me! Wow! Zora-san, are you alright? Are you injured at all? I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruhodo-san. You're welcome. It looks like we avoided a collision. I think... Yeah, the ship has come to a stop. Oh my goodness! What about you, Naruhodo-san? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Hello? Is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like... Oh! Why did it lock up? Inspector Hosonaga? Okay. Is that you in there, Naruhodo-san? Unbolt the door, quickly! What? The bolt? Look at that! Look at that! Door's bolted. Did you do that, Susato-san? No, I didn't touch it. Well, that's strange. How did... And... Look at the books! Sudden stop locked the doors. They're just like they were before... Like they were before again. Ah ha 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 ha, so that's what I was building up for. Naruhodo-san, aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in? I better tie this place up first. Why? Our violent emergency stop has solved one mystery at least, in a very vivid way. But I knew that what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I heard around tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. Oh, this chapter was short. This part was short. Do you think it's Chinese? Or is it the Russians that are chasing after the ballerina? "9th of January, SS Buria, Miss Pavlova's cabin. Somehow, the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop.
No one? We are on a boat. Yeah, we are on a boat, but they said there was another vessel approaching them. So a ship was about... They were about to be rammed by another ship. Okay, we'll find out. So the other son took a deep breath to gently slip back the bolt.
You! What are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters?
Ah, you're both looking hurt. Good. Yes, we're fine. Thank you. When did that happen? We heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship. Yes. It appears to have been a false report, though. Oh. Okay, nobody. Huh. Oh? How did that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop.
Everything is chaos. Passengers are screaming, crew are running everywhere. And there is nothing to report.
This first-class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment.
Oh, I see.
Someone triggered the alarm. Does that mean that someone pressed that button outside? That was...
You wicked intruder! Oh wait, you wicked intruder! Dressed all in black, you are the devil!
Sorry, me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil is a first.
You opened my traveling case! How could you?
What? No. When you touch it.
That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector!
Yes?
Arrest this man! I know he did it! He's a criminal! Is it not enough that he has killed a man?
Duh! and he is stowaway as well. If Vixen promises not to steal chicken, do you believe?
Take him away. He's a trespasser as well as everything else.
Stopping away, trespassing, killing. She is right. You are devil. It doesn't look good, does it? There is cell below deck. Throw him in. Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong. Then we give you straight to police.
Wait, a cell? Please, Inspector Hosonaga, is there nothing you can do?
This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. And after my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options.
This is terrible.
This is a real crisis. We've got to find a solution. Immediately! Okie dokie. I'm just gonna ignore what I saw. He's a fucking weirdo. Gotta talk to everyone first. You got yourself in a difficult situation here. By entering this cabin uninvited, I mean. Sorry, I was just so desperate to find a clue. And I'm afraid there's really nothing more I can do to help you. If I push my luck any further, a punch to the face will be the least of my worries. I'm really sorry. I have to take responsibility for giving you the freedom to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin. Now this has happened. I'll have to report to the captain at once. I really need some help here. I need a savior to rescue me from this crisis. I need a hero! And he's gotta be dumb, and he's gotta be dumb, and he's gotta be very dumb.
Please, just give me a little more time. I do nothing for you. Except show you way to ship prison cell. Thanks, but no thanks. But I'm innocent. I didn't kill anyone.
And trespassing and stowing away?
Well, you know, sometimes life can lead you down some unusual avenues. And, well, suka, блядь, enough! You are guilty. Ship cell is only place fit for you. Come on, there has to be someone. Some savior to rescue me from this crisis. Miss Belova, can I get out? Listen, I'm sorry that I was stuck in here without your permission, but get out now! We just needed to investigate and here to help. До свидания. Ah, this is no use. She's not going to listen. I need to find someone who will. Oh well.
We got a dumbass.
What the? What are you doing out there? Mr. Sholmes?
Oh, he's got a fucking tiara on his head.
Naturally. I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 ruble feels like on one's head.
Haven't I told you that as a detective, it is my business to know what other people do not? And you had to hang yourself on a fucking... This isn't mere tomfoolery, my boy. Oh, no, no. Well, why were you hanging from that hook before then? Isn't obvious? To properly assess the weight of the 20,000 rubles, naturally, I wish to determine if it would bend that conceited looking hook on the wall, so full of brag and bounce. I never know whether to take this man seriously or not. You again, the great detective.
Ah, Inspector,
I confess, I've been looking for you.
I have something to report to you most urgently.
Well, I might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time.
What is to report? What is to report? Speak.
An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes. The case of the curious murder that took place last night here on this vessel, the steamship Buddha, has been solved. By me, naturally.
What? Really?
Yes, I've eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanation exists. So, allow me to illuminate all your minds. For I'm about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Too many grays again.
Ha! You have solved it. Even Hedgehog understands this case. We all knew who was responsible for killing student boy this morning when we found criminal in wardrobe. It is the stowaway, and he has handcuffs to...
I didn't do it. The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who killed the victim. Because as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. That means the culprit must be someone who was inside the cabin. Yes, it's what's called a locked room mystery in detective stories.
The locked room. That is point.
The room was locked. Well, I can't deny that. Although I can, there's no way the pole could have drawn across from outside the cabin. You just... Dumbass. You are all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all.
What?
Oh yes, there's another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door. What? Another entrance? We never discovered one. Why? It gapes open mouthed at you even as we speak. The ventilator, man! The ventilator, man! Is there a who's a ventilator man? You'll think this is funny. I cannot even put my arm through that hole. That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks. You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening? It's not possible. Ah, but it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator.
Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... Are you referring to the words Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary? 1:23 a.m. I can hear faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
Precisely, my dear madam. But what does it mean? What is this speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? There is a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. What I'm about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your cores. Why, behold! What the? That snake likes his face very much. Allow me to introduce you all to the band. The Speckled Band. Snake. Indubitably. There's the snake. Yeah, I was sure it was a snake, but I don't think it's boa. No. Yeah. But I don't think it's a boa, because boas are much, much bigger. Yeah. That's why I was like, you said a boa. So I'm like, that can't be right. That bitch is enormous. It's not a boa. But that would explain a single hit to the back of the neck if it was a boa. But at the same but they said a hit, not a strangle, to snap his neck. And there would be like, you know, strangle marks on Kazuma's fucking neck. Which is, we'll find out, I'm sure they like missed a detail. I'm thinking too realistically. Anyway. This game always fucks with me like that. I'm like, aha, I solved it, and then they like fucking shove in something that doesn't work. Something doesn't add up. Exactly. Something doesn't add up. A single... I repeat. Damage to the cervical vertebrae, resulting in instant death. The victim neck was almost certainly broken as a result of a strong blow to the area. No obvious external injuries or traces of poison. No external injuries. But it was a blow, strong blow. A snake wouldn't fucking be like, take a fucking baseball bat and whack him on the head with her tail, in the tail, just like, it's like, how? See what I mean? If it was a snake that snapped his neck, there would be two things. Marks of strangulation. And then the cause of death wouldn't be a blow. See what I mean? But again, that is the realistic logic working. The game probably gonna give us something stupid. Anyway, let's see how it ends. I'm pretty sure it's not over. Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? Oh, it's not speckled. Yeah, and it's not speckled, it's striped. Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? It looks more stripy, wouldn't you say? Hmm? Yes, you're right. I think in this case, you'd have to call it the striped pen, wouldn't you? You both see and observe with distinction. However, do you not think that is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall? Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap? Well, we'll find out. We'll find out shortly. Maybe it is a trap. Maybe it is bullshit and there's no murder. He literally just did that to prove the point that Naruhodo was the one who should go to study in London. It's a possibility. We'll find out in a moment. But we'll see. Well, let's not jump. But there's a lot of mistakes. How exactly? I think perhaps it is time I explain the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova? I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. His death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. There are two conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number one. Last night, your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. And number two. The same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. No! She's turned white as snow. She turned as white as a bowl of rice again. No, she was white already. Jones must be right. He's hit the nail on the head. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Asogi. It looks like he can't speak with that snake coiled around his head. Why did they give the snake the sound of a rattlesnake? The tongue doesn't do that sound. It's the fucking rattle of the rattlesnake. It's on the tail. It's at the tip of the tail. There's like... Why? I know they did it like... Well, okay, so I have a tongue. I make noises like... Well, they wouldn't make that noise, but still. I would advise as little movement as possible, Seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of a long friend in your neck. So, everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. And I'm gonna make a lot of mistakes so that a player could fix me. The Great Deduction. The game is afoot. Intruder's identity. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death has nothing to do with me. The whole thing has nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. It's my hand. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Well, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected. Another telltale glance. Unless they dressed or painted the snake, this doesn't work. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. And yet, the fact that leaves us in a quandary. The snake doesn't have teeth. The victim's written observation on the night in question tell us a speckled band. Whereas regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit the description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes late night? No,
Don't look at me! This has nothing to do with any of this!
Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary, even now, hidden behind your back. Oh, she did. I knew okay. I was joking, but apparently that's what happened. Yes, there's wishes you are trying, but failing to conceal, can only be the snake's sloped skin. Oh, yeah, that would make sense. Evidently, after the sudden and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin. No?
I don't know what you're talking about!
Last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered next door. Using the bell cord on the other side of a bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. In a dim light, it appeared to the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a rare breed of snake whose markings change each time it slows its skin. A snake so dreadful, we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India. Beloved speckled friend. Now, how Misasogi died. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I have been appraised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by terrible venom. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it as the scene of the crime.
Oh no, could there be?
Yes, an examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death conclusively.
You dumbass!
Oh well, he doesn't know. He was never given the autopsy. Autopsy? I butchered that word. The almost but not quite imperceivable puncture wounds led by the venomous fang will seal the truth. Yes, the vestiges of the snake bite delivered by your terrifying friend. I literally just said he doesn't have teeth.
This This makes no sense!
There is no point in feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you?
If he says it, yes, but we literally just saw the snake going and it didn't have teeth, so it couldn't bite. I think this snake is defanged. That's why she said it couldn't be possible. Where she said that this makes no sense. That's what she meant. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now, your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. And now I need to prove that she's fucking innocent. Awesome. I think that that snake is not with her? We'll see. We'll see. I'm pretty sure they didn't go with a complete, Sherlock Holmes story. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt. They would have a problem with copyrights. If they did, I think. You don't. It is telling that the victim made note of a low, whistling sound that he heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you had used to train your serpent friend. To train? Indeedy! You'd pull the serpent through this ventilation and wait until a period. After a period, you'd summon it back with a whistle. You wouldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared not to have been dispatched, you'd release... You'd release the snake once more. Do you deny this snake has undergone such training? It's not true. Having slithered through the ventilation and down the bell cord, the creature needed only to sink its fangs in once. And its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. Too many mistakes, bruh. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor young man's life. There can be no doubt. My logic is infallible. Conclusion. Dead by a venomous snake's bite. Oh, no. It doesn't fit. It doesn't fit many things. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of the speckled band. I really wish there was they're like shocked and everything, and Naruhodo's like, you're full of shit. Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There, on the floor, you will observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is like the key to training any creature. Incredible! You've solved the mystery! No, Ryunosuke, what the fuck? I'm disappointed in you. I'm disappointed. I would expect you to be like, incredible! You are a dumbass. Or at least you've solved the mystery was, what's it called? Sarcasm? Amazing. Your great deduction really lives up to its name. I see now why Sherlock Holmes has become such a household name. My dear man,
It was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand. Susara, you noticed it, right? You noticed it's full of shit.
Could I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes?
But of course, what's on your mind?
It's just about your deduction before. Some things don't quite make sense to me.
Welcome. Well, I welcome questions as to my method, and will answer both loudly and proudly.
Oh, well, good. First of all, you're full of shit. Snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family.
You are well informed, madam.
And reptiles, don't drink milk.
Ah!
It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So, I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward.
No matter. No doubt Miss Pavlova used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example. The logic calls.
Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears. Yes, so I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal to a snake by whistling.
But madam, what of the tales from Arabia? Have you not heard of the snakes that dance to the sound of a flute?
I think perhaps the performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movements.
Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears? These creatures are so inept as to be practically useless! Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes.
There's one other thing.
You have more?
Snakes use the scales on their bellies to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure what a snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord. So I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the ones in their cabins.
Yeah, they climb very well on the walls and on the trees. But fabric? Well, it depends on the wall. You know, if it's like a scratchy wall, how do I say it? Granite wall, I guess you could say it like, no, a granite wall. Well, yes, but no, but you see what I mean, right? Then they climb. On the trees, they fucking climb like magic. Rough wall. Yes, rough wall. Thank you. Thank you. But the fabric, I don't think they would be able to climb on it.
So I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the one in the cabins.
Then it should try harder. Wow.
Please, don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it wouldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have had a part in this.
Oh.
I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruto.
Oh no, you don't mean...
Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deduction and turn them into the great ones they ought to be.
I had a feeling that was coming. Alright, let's give it a try. Just what I was waiting for. Mr. Naruto! Yes, right. So, get your eyes down to your wrists again. Alright. You've done it again.
Your head cuffs are gone.
Where did they go? Fear not. I shall see they're restored after our work is done. I really wish you'd leave them off. Now, everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following.
That is nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me.
That is exactly how you said it, by the way. You cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. She does have a pained expression on her face.
Yes, that's true. She looks as though Kazuma-sama's death is weighing heavily on her mind.
But you're not sure Mr. Sholmes had read her quite correctly, is that it? Could there be some other way to interpret her expression then?
Let's take a moment and really look very closely at Miss Pavlova.
Okay. Oh, what the fuck?
Claw scratches?
Wait, is her pet a cat?
Oh, Nakata-san, look! That looks like a very painful wound.
Could it be the snake belongs to the Russian? And Pavlova has a cat?
Looks like a scratch made by some kind of small animal.
And fairly recently, too.
Well, whatever scratched her doesn't appear to be around here.
What else is causing her pain? Right ear? What about her right ear?
She has such petite ears among that beautiful hair, like a little pink shells.
Oh, what's that? There's something attached to her ear.
Ah, I expect that's what they call an earring. It's a little piece of jewelry.
An earring, is it? Huh, it really is tiny.
Perhaps part of it is missing. Maybe it broke off. So now all that's left is a clasp bar that attached to the ear.
And that's the case. She doesn't appear to have noticed that it's broken. Yeah, so definitely not paining. It's not painful for her. Oh. Huh. So that's what it looks like.
The petite ears among that beautiful hair, like little pink shells.
Oh, what's that?
There's something dangling down from her ear. Ah, there's an earring. A crescent moon part looks as though it's made from wood. It's charming, isn't it?
Women do seem to love adornment like that. In their hair, around their neck, on their fingies. Oh, whoops. Whoops. Did not mean to press the button. On their fingers, and even hanging from their ears, it seems.
Well, jewelry is beautiful, Naruhodo-san.
So yeah, she looked at her hand, so obviously this.
Yes!
Claw scratch. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, the claw scratch smarts with pain. Indeed, and simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch sometime last night? Huh?
When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. And when I'm sad, the pain from this wound is worse.
And it is that very pain, that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. No, it's not a skin. What she was hiding was not a skin. It was a snake toy. It was a snake toy. It's not a skin. I think. We'll find out in a moment. It seems like that the scratch mark on the back of Pavlov's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except snakes don't have claws, do they? No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet on which claws might grow. Well then, unless it's a mutant snake. If that snake isn't her pet, what is? What's the true identity of this friend of hers? More like a root. True. We should follow her gaze, Naruto-san. That's where we'll find the answer. Oh! Hello! Aww. Oh! It was a bell. It was a bell. But was it... Why was it cracked in two? Glass bell, I guess. Look at the photograph. Look at the photograph in this frame. This must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away. She's exceptionally beautiful, isn't she? Yes, that's true. But personally, it's the little black creature she's holding that's caught my eye. Maybe we'd better take a closer look at this. Little kitten. It must be the stage costume she's wearing. It's quite stunning. I should like to have something like that. I would like to have something like that. She's wearing the 20,000 rubles on her head as well. Look. It's called the tiara, Naruto-san. And you shouldn't think of it purely in terms of its value. She might be a strong-willed woman to turn her back on the world stage and run away all on her own. Oh, that's an adorable cat. That's an adorable picture of a cat. Look at the little cat Miss Pavlova is cuddling here. Oh, what a cute little kitten. It could vie with you, wouldn't it, Naruto-san? With the blackest outfit. A black kitten. Now, from the look of this picture, at least, Miss Pavlova seemed very attached to it.
Yes!
Little kitten. Without doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us. Yes, the scratch on the back of your hand makes it abundantly clear. Oh no. How did I get so small that the picture got so big? That's fucking weird. The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? Ah! I'm pretty sure I didn't punch you. Don't make that noise.
Darka is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind.
Darka would appear to be a Russian blue. What? Or is Darka? And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observation on the right in question tell of a speckled band. Whereas, regrettably, this specimen's marking do not fit the description in any way. Okay. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night?
No, don't look Look at me! This has nothing to do with any of this. No, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary, even now, hidden behind your back. And you saved the game for it. Yes, that which you're trying, but failing to conceal, can only be the snake's sloth skin. Did you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back. Why would you do that? It was safe in her pocket. We couldn't see it. If she just left it in her pocket, no one would have ever have known. Yep, exactly. Oh yes. Boys like that are Mr. Shone's specialty. He's ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something. I thought deduction was his specialty. Or maybe making me believe that was a ploy too. Or maybe making me believe that was a ploy too. Anyway, I found it hard to believe that the skin, that's the skin of a snake. In which case, just what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back? It's a fucking toy. Well, it is speckled and it is a band, but what is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy. A long piece of cloth of some sort. And that looks like a handle at one end. I think it may be a cat's toy. This sort is common in the West apparently. Now, how's that a toy for cats? Cats like to chase a band around and paw at it. Kittens, in particular, love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them and they bounce to catch it. Oh, that sounds positively adorable. Cat's toy.
Yes!
Yes, the thing you are trying to, but failing to conceal, is a cat's toy. Precisely, and the true nature of now infamous speckled band. And it was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator. You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there can only be one answer to that. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat toy to incite the creature to return. Huh. In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is blithesome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Darka. Why do you make that sound as if you fucking got hit? A truly troublesome feline your Darka is proving to be. She must be caged once found. You will forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova. The photograph of Miss Pavlova and Darka has been entered into the court record. It was after I gave her her food last night. That's when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. Darka, she's so naughty. My beloved kitten.
Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter. The grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life? And why? According to the data of which I have appraised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by terrible venom. What Mr. Sholmes says is true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere on Kazuma-sama's body. That's right. But Mr. Sholmes seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned. Yes, it would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now.
Yes!
Post-mortem report. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Ah, yes. I knew it was one or the other.
His neck was...
Indeed! The breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. Seaman Stroganoff isn't some immortal freaky now. The jury is out. Anyway, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, we would take that as fact. We can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime.
Oh no. Would there be...
Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively. Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something or someone.
Yes, that's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found though.
Presumably, Darka didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma. And deal him a fatal blow. I would have the kid didn't go, meow! Breaks a fucking... Anyway.
I suppose. It's possible that he had a fall.
It's possible that he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly.
It could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident.
Oh, yes. A bad fall could explain it. Oh. I know exactly what happened. The sudden stop. The ship's sudden turn or stop. He was sent flying and he fell. I think it was something like this.
It's rather hard to believe of Kazuma-sama though. He wasn't a clumsy man.
Well, we need to face this deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened? I think it's this. Yes! An examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of a shoe polish.
Shoe polish?
Indeed. Positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which I carry now as a matter of course. Oh, holy shit! I've been reading books for quite a while today. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my result. The undeniable ingredient of shoe polish.
And the color of the polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Asogi's laced leather shoes. Look at this mark. It's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asogi must have caught his foot at that point on the floor and tripped. Please, no. And, by a dreadful turn of misfortune, Buck caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instant, he lost his life. I don't know. I don't know anything about this. Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asogi lost his life? Yes, the facts are as clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama merely tripped over and now he's no more? It can't be true. I refuse to accept it. I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that's what happened. But and if this part of Mr. Sho's deduction is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in the direction that she just cast her eyes. Where, I wonder? Let's have a look around. The answer must be somewhere here somewhere. What is this? This is where Miss Pavlova hit her friend. That's right. And it wasn't a snake after all. No, it was a little kitten she called Darka. Now that it's anywhere to be seen now. It seems to have let itself out of the cage and gone exploring. I expect it's wrapped itself around someone's head. Wrapped itself around someone's head somewhere, trying to make a new friend. Either that, or it's scratching their hands to pieces. Point is, where's it got to? Huh. Ah, somebody appears to have dropped 20,000 rubles here. It hasn't been dropped. Naruhodo-san? It's been placed. I'm starting to sound like Mr. Sholmes. Stop trying to sound like a great detective. Nah. Oh, this is a waste paper basket. Perhaps all the first class captains have them. But Miss Pavlova only started occupying this cabin late that night. Presumably there's not much rubbish in there yet. There it is! Oh, what's that? It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it? Yes, it is. And I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. If it looks familiar, but it's more than your mind simply playing tricks on you. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that waste paper basket. Huh? Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object, it would seem. One that has a familiar air, in fact. Precisely. We found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asogi's cabin. And, as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. Oh no! So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us?
Why would it be that part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, could be found in the newspaper basket in your cabin? You're well acquainted with a glass bell, are you not?
I don't.
I don't know. In that hushed Russian accent of yours. Won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question.
What?
Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. The evidence linking Miss Pavlova and the little glass bell should be...
Yes!
If you look at this photograph, look at this photograph! You can clearly see, hanging from darkest color, the very glass bell in question. The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble? An oopsie. Your absent feline friend, Darka. First we stab her and then we shoot her. Awesome, awesome, yes.
I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry.
Yeah, cats love to do that. Baby between legs and then you trip over it. Wahoo! But that doesn't explain the words. That doesn't explain the Russian word. We got a hole in our deduction. Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night.
It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hand.
People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments.
She was so fast. She disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her.
And that is how you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it.
Yes. And I had read the rules on the wall, and I knew that I was not allowed Darka with me.
Yes. Modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really.
So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping.
So at that point, you thought it's safe to try to lure the kitten back again. By dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator and into adjoining cabin.
Darka always loved this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return.
So the faint whistling sound Cosmo wrote about in his diary was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet.
Cats have a
Oof. Just a moment. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened.
Yes. So there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then... I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out, and then... Oh, it was such a dreadful bang. Then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent.
Cosmo was. From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. The SS Buddha is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. If Mr. Saga was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching where the kitten got on his feet, the combination of unfortunate factors could easily have caused him to fall over. But what became of the kitten afterwards?
In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator.
Yet Daka is nowhere to be seen.
I must have forgotten to lock my case. And now she disappeared again.
Gracious, that cat is as insufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself at least.
When I woke this morning, I heard that a young man in a cabin next to mine had died. But I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back.
Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right! Where is it? If the snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it? And where did it come from? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board the ship? Oh, I didn't say. Snake is my friend. His name is Pirozhok. Pirozhok. Huh? What? What?
That snake belongs to you?
He escaped from cage when emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect to find him in here.
Yes, but how did that snake get into this cabin? But animals are not permitted on board.
Ha! We are at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without close friend? Without someone who understands? Can't you find someone a little more human who understands you better?
But, my dear burly fellow,
a gargantuan venomous snake? Surely you can appreciate the danger. You can appreciate the danger you're putting yourself in. No venom. Huh? Pirozhok does not have venom. He is harmless, very long, but very gentle. He is adorable, like Granny.
it's venomless?
Yes. Now he is hungry, so he is in bad mood. But once I feed him, you will see big smile. And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose? Like they say, they milk chickens. Ridiculous. Snakes can drink milk. Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Pirozhok eats mouses. Big, fat, round mouses. Ah. Oh, so is that what a mouse trap in the passageway out there is for? Of course! How else can I catch my friend's favorite food? Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. Yeah, Sholmes, you fucked up. Miserably. You suck. You're not a detective. You're a fraud. It refuses to drink milk. It can't hear a whistle. It can't climb a bell cord. And it's not even venomous. How the deuce did something so inept land a starring role? It's not my fault. I do not make up stories. My pirojok is nothing to do with this incident. This is stupid. So, that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. No, we're not done. We're not done. Yeah, it is called bullshit. We're not done. There is the letters. No, there's two things. Give me a moment. Word record. There is, obviously, the letters. Who wrote them? Definitely not him. He would write it in English. He died instantly, so he couldn't write it. He would write it in English. He would write in Japanese. That's one. Second, where? No, for now, this I don't remember the second. There was a second problem as well. We're not done. Susaru is very disappointed by Mr. Sherlock. Sherlock.
Miss Pavlova? I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please, remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you.
What? What are you talking about, Miss? Yeah, the letters. The letters. She's gonna point out the letters. What are you talking about, Miss Mikotoba? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything.
It was just a series of unfortunate events.
An accident.
I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. But I'm smarter than him. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
To be perfectly honest, yes. There is a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story. I'm sure of it. I just can't quite put my finger on it. I did! I confess, I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues in this matter. Oh? I am only present here for a very specific reason. To be an idiot, I mean, the truth is you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I do hope you're not being finding your shekels too uncomfortable. Yeah, for fuck's sake. Ah, not again! When did you do that? Especially as they're on your wrist as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could solve matters before we made our next port call. You were, Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. Was he not? Yes. Kazuma was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom even. Yeah, he should be. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. Getting more than defective. I think you said it better. Don't correct it. Don't correct it. Oh, don't correct it. It's perfect. It's better than what you intended to say. That was a perfect. Oh my god. Still don't correct it. Still don't correct it. That is fucking awesome. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Because I have no fucking idea what I'm doing. Yes, whatever that may be. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story. I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. Metal Gear! The truth about how you really died. About how that scene in your cabin really came to be. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. So then, shall we begin? Yes. What we should ponder first is the victim who lost his life in a cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Was this truly an unfortunate accident? Or was it in fact no accident at all? That is what we must establish in the first instance. But we've already established, it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten and that had climbed into his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident. Here it is! Wait, let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that really was what happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right there in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable. The death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident. Meep. Really? Why are you fucking shocked? Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidencion. The evidence that proves unequivocally that a victim's death was no mere accident. This.
Yes!
The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There is no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. That script, it's Russian. That script, it's Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would have a dying message in their native language. Japanese in this case. But maybe he was studying Russian. It is a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. That doesn't seem likely. It's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry? What do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There is no way that Mr. Saki could have left this message on the floor. And the reason why is clearly explained in here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae, resulting in an instant death. Instant death! Which means, after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't possibly have written anything, because he was already dead as a brick. Well, I kinda don't approve you calling my good friend brick, but that's not the reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Asogi's cabin.
A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there. If what Miss Pavlova told us was true.
What? So, Susato's-san has noticed it too then. Putting this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves this was no accident. In other words... Wait. There. Miss Pavlova told us that's true. But in this message of Laura's side, there's something else that's truth away. This bell? This piece of the bell? But she told us that the cat was there. So the bell was there. What? I can't seem to connect the... Oh, I can't seem to connect the dots. Can you connect the dots? Do you have an idea? Thought of it? The victim neck was almost instantly broken as a result of a strong blow to the area. No obvious injuries or traces of poison. Oh yeah. But we don't have that. Unless... No. Is it... Wait. Is it his hand? Is it in his hand or something like that? No. I don't have any proof. Oh, maybe this. Maybe this.
Yes!
What point are you trying to make with that evidence? Oh, guess I'm wrong. I'm starting to see how Kazuma's death really happened. I think that you are starting to see nothing of the sort. And that was the evidence. And what was the evidence to prove it? Oh. Okay, that's wrong. It was no accident. Then what should we be looking for is one of the two things. Either the absence of something you would expect to find at the scene of the accident, or the presence of something you wouldn't. Most compassiously put, my dear madam. Ah, I see. I confess you're rather languid. I see. Doesn't fill me with confidence, Mr. Narhado. I don't want to hear that from you, you piece of shit.
Don't worry, Mr. Narhado. I believe in you. Well, more than Mr. Sholmes does, anyway.
Yes. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right here in Cosimo's cabin. It's undeniable. But in the message on the floor side, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves this was no accident. In other words, I am stumped. But I don't want to lose my HP. So let's reset. So let's load. Yeah, I'm that kind of a petty bitch. The newspaper itself? Why? What do you think? Couldn't read Russian? Huh? Wait, but he didn't give it to us. It was Schmerlock. I think it was in a room? Well, let's try, which makes no sense. What are you trying to make? Oh, okay. Okay. That's wrong. Maybe another one? Okay. What is the point in trying to make with that evidence? That's a no. Well, what am I missing? Objection sounds better. Yeah, yes, absolutely. Objection sounds better. What am I missing? I can hear a fan whistling sound. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from a ventilation grill. Resulting in his death, the victim's neck was almost certainly broken as a result of strong blow to the area, so obvious injuries untraceable. No traces of poison. I guess this is the only one. It is. Which I'm confused. This, the piece of broken glass next to the mark of the floor. That's the first thing I thought, but we're talking about something that she contradicted. She said it wasn't there. But the bell is here. That means the cat was here. So I don't understand. Yes, just sounds like chumps. Just this piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. But that's the glass bell that kitten had around its neck. We already know all about that. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So we already have a satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in that logic? Unfortunately, there's a very big flaw. A fatal flaw. What? If that's really what happened,
And how did one half of the bell end up back here in this cabin? Oh, well, because she was inside. She wanted... Oh. We're trying to prove that. Okay, right. Yes, remember we found the other half of the glass bell in that waste paper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh no. Both these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. Someone was inside. That when Mr. Saga died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth, in order to cover up his or her own guilt. Yeah. Yes, there was someone else present in Mr. Asagi's... Okay. You are wasting time. No, someone else was there? Ah, of course, we know this. What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out. Oh, yes. And only other person in the cabin when young... And only other person in cabin when young student died was you! Oh. It's true. I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe. To be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian. There is no way I would have left that message. Not would have. There's no way you could have left that message, to be precise about the details. Would you mind? I mean, forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the wardrobe in Russian on the floor, in the attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time. And then, the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen on the floor, for fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Sagi really died, but picked up only one piece. But why wouldn't this person have taken all the pieces of the bell anyway? Leaving half behind was always going to raise questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in an early hour of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. The single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would barely have cast any light onto the floor there. Little wonder then that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item. You all suspect me, don't you? Seaman Stroganoff? Nina is woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. Why did I turn him into an Indian all of a sudden? I mean, somebody else? Stroganoff? His full name is Beef Stroganoff. Now, I fucking choked when I read that. 2 years ago, they've noticed her dancing skills and she went away to join ballet company. But before, she was dancer on the ship, a member of ship's band. You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal. Ah, so that's it. You say that when a young student died, Nina was there in his cabin? But that is not possible. I give my tooth. Well, this is almost interesting. And why would you give your tooth? Right? How can you be so sure? You are a great detective. You should know. Look truth in eyes. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go into cabin. Not Nina, not anyone. Or you want to tell me that killer can walk through locked doors? Нет, блядь. It's impossible. He's right. But wait, I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie thread around the door latches so they can't open and close them from the outside. Thread? Are you stupid? These bulkheads are not barred doors. Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one would expect to find on any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel, with not a gap inside, no thread or needle or magnets could have been used. No, of course not. I thought so too. Yeah, why did I bring it up? When Mrs. Naruto suggested it earlier, so... Oh, come on! Suda-san, how could you shift it onto me like that? So Seaman Stroganoff has a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily. What? I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method I have in mind having been used before. But I don't believe it. Well, Mr. Naruto, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? Way to shut the bolt of the cabin door from the outside? Seaman Stroganoff. One way does spring to mind, yes. Do you really know what Shones mean? Mr. Naruto, you were there. You pointed it out. Stop being so surprised. Yes, and so should you. Because we've seen it happen. We did? Indeed, we have. So would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruto? Point out the telling signs of the method that was used to slide the cabin door bolt across from the outside. This. What are the telling signs of the method that was used? This. This.
Yes!
Look at the bookcase here. There. See what all the books string on its books. See what all the books and things on it have toppled over? That must have happened when the ship made this emergency stop before. Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel after all. When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over. I believe, yes, it's what's known as the force of inertia acting on the objects. There's nothing Susato-san doesn't know, or that isn't in her book at least. Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over those books on the bookcase also made something else in this cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. Oh, here it is! Well, more orchestral. More orchestral than the original. It was very obvious, just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into this cabin not long before, and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... Hello? Is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like... Oh, shit. Roll again. Inspector Hazunaga. Oh, yes. That's it. When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and locked the door. Yes. It's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of inertia. If you would if you want to call it that. Are you trying to say that the last night after Mr. Sogi was killed, Anton! The SS Burya made another emergency stop. When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had dropped over, and all the ornaments. It was almost as if someone had run their hand across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over. Oh yes, I remember that. And I stood them up again, didn't I? Then when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like Mr. Sogi's cabin. Oh my! Why are you so surprised? You were there! You fucking pointed it out just now! Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? Are you out of your mind? You say Burya made emergency stop? It does seem a little far-fetched. How could it possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room. Oh. It is simple enough. Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside? You used to trigger the emergency alarm? Oh yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there? Telling you only to press the button in times of emergency. On dark nights when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookouts. On the dark night when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. The sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. Oh... Wait! It was you? When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interest of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings, and the vessel comes to a complete stop. Oh, the second thing. I remember what the second thing that was I was sus with. Everybody, well, not everybody, but all the detectives, all the members, Naruhodo, Shmerlak, and Sasoto, something her name, have a headache. Which I think was the cause of the food. The food was laced with sleeping pills, I think. They were supposed to be robbed or something like that. We'll find out in a moment. The emergency alarm bell rings. And the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed it did a little earlier today. Mr. Sholmes, surely it wasn't you who... As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pressed. Whatever the occasion. He sounds almost proud of himself. How dare you mess with ship? I report you to Capitan. You are in much trouble now. Now, I'm sure all that can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learned a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin doors slide closed. So, what we must now consider. Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asogi, that dumbass pressed the button. Did the ship make an emergency stop, or did it not? You are idiots!
Buria is a huge ship with many passengers. If we make a merge stop even in the middle of night, there will be chaos everywhere. What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea.
Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo?
Fascinating, fascinating. Do show us, my good man. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency gripped this vessel last night? Yes. Seaman Stroganoff. It's your duty to patrol the first-class area of the ship, isn't that right? Duh. That is correct. Right. And the ship's log. And the ship's log here. This would be where you record the details of your duties. What are you doing with that? That is mine! Ah, you rather carelessly left at the top a little makeshift bureau in the passageway out there. But, as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with a mind to return it to you later. I left it there on purpose. That is where I put it always. The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances, you write the phrase "nothing to report" every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing recorded in the log? Oh, that is, duh, because nothing happened. But if nothing happened, you would normally write "nothing to report," wouldn't you? Gulp! A Russian gulp! Indeed so. Which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened here aboard the SS Buria. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log. In fact,
Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night?
stop talking rubbish! If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Oh? Why? Well, because if something as major as an emergency stop really had happened, surely all of us would have noticed.
That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently, and the alarm bell was so loud. I can imagine that anybody would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night.
Well, no, that's a good point. What? What of the throbbing? Sorry? What do you mean? You have a boner? What throbbing? Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We have all suffered it. Oh, yes. I have a headache. Oh, that's Lee's. I bit my tongue! The sneeze that bit my tongue. Oh, that hurts. Oh, God. That's one way to sneeze. Anyway, oh yes, I have had a headache. You're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today.
Nor have I! My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn.
Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. She's right. My head's been pounding today. My head's been throbbing today too. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy.
Didn't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe.
The food was laced.
And the first thing I noticed this morning was a throbbing pain in my head.
Well, I don't know, I like it. It's more orchestral than artificial. I'd already been dragged... well, you know what I mean. It's more orchestral here. I'd already been dragged out of the wardrobe. And had those handcuffs put on by that point. Why didn't I wake up when all that happened? Why, when all that was happening to me? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo? You ordered this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, well, yes. Sorry. The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? Well, Kazuma looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yes, in fact, I had all of that. Kazuma wasn't fond of chicken. Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right. He didn't touch it. Is that relevant? He wasn't drugged. That's why he was killed. My dear fellow, does that not strike you?
Oh! Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken?
Oh, I like this. The entrance is just so good. If we're talking about music. I do.
Really? Is that really true?
The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. Tempered with by the addition of soporific. I probably pronounced it horribly wrong. Designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consume it. A sleeping drug?
Do you mean
whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop?
Mr. Naruhodo, of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idea.
Precisely. Lacing every meal of every passenger on board with a sulfuric drug would certainly be impossible. Alas, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator.
What? Mr. Sholmes?
Well, seaman. I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. If you refuse to talk, there would have to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew and the captain himself would be hauled over the coals. For aiding and abetting a renegade. Well, fuck. I mean, shit, fuck, shit, fuck.
Please, no more. I will tell everything. I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore.
These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe.
Yes. So when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me.
We all agreed to help everyone together. Just threw away everything. The fame and the ballet. Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel. I don't believe it. You are right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night. Yes, I remember now. I did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point. We could not make all drug. What do you say? Dissolve. Talk about heavy seasoning. At midnight, in the water near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. She was held by a comrade on shore of a small fishing boat. While all the passengers of the SS Buria slept soundly. Thanks to the almost magical effect of the slumber inducing potion, their evening meals had contaminated. So, if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who disliked chicken and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Kazuma's cabin door. But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked. In that case, and there would have been complete chaos. Oh? I wouldn't say so. What? I mean, what? Ah, of course. Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins. After which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quiet. And accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. Yes! The overwhelming majority of passengers would habitually sleep with their cabin doors bolted anyway. And so no one would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. Hole? I see a hole. Am I the only one who's seeing a problem here? Early hours of the morning. I'm seeing a problem here. Wait, I need to review this. Probably gonna review this. You have talked a long time, said many things. Hey cat, hey Muffo. Have you come to murder me? Just like the little kitten that murdered a Soggy? Muffo? What's up? Oh, you're fucking cold. No wonder you're here. You're freezing. What is point? Titanic sank the early hours of 15th April. Okay, that fact, why did you bring that fact? The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. They silenced him. That's what happened. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately. Muffle, I'm trying to read. I don't see the fucking monitor. I either lie down or get lost. Muffle, come on. I'm trying to read here. Oh, okay. Oh. There we go. Good girl. Lie down. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragment of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, busy night. But I don't know about any of this. I'm just a little girl. Well, that's an excuse. You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I'm a sailor. My dick is huge. I don't give a fuck. And sailors don't listen to long, boring stories. We don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes. A laudable trait. What? I am quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes? Do you hear it? The accusatory cry of guilt on the wind. What accusatory cry of guilt? So, sorry, you've lost me. Proof of involvement, man. You can't hear such a call with your ears. No, you must hear it with your eyes. For observation is the basis of all deduction. Bruh. What are you talking about? Wait. About? I turned him into Canadian all of a sudden. I believe the time has come for one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth. So, Mr. Naruhodo, your assistance, if you please. With one exact, Mr. Sholmes. With observation, my dear fellow, just as I said, of these two prevaricators. Observation. If you remember, Mr. Naruhodo, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Asaga's death. My throat is dying. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened. Precisely. You are delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. Alright, I'll see what I can see. But we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night, when Kazuma died. What's to just someone else was there at the scene? The earring, I think. Oh! Ha 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 ha! It's not the earring.
Yes!
Ink stain. Seaman Stroganoff. You seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Yes, I don't know where the dirt comes from. So nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain? What are you trying to say? It would appear the significance of this stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. It's a very large purple stain on the back of the Seaman Stroganoff of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform. And I think what made it is clear. Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruhodo, please present the evidence that proves it. My pleasure. Alright then, the evidence that proves what that stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform really is. Oh. Well, we don't have ink, so the only one is this.
Yes!
Crime scene photograph. Yes, it's this photograph, and the ink it shows. That's what caused the stain on your uniform. Ink? A rather unusual color of ink. Wait, the penny drops at last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. And the stain on the back of your uniform?
is ink of the exact same color. If the ink had been dry, it couldn't possibly have stained your uniform in that way. Which means you must have been present in the cabin in the moments immediately after the ink was spilled. Alright, yes, it was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in that student's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it. Then I pressed the button to make Puria do emergency stop and bolt cabin door shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel. Beef, please. Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty, patrolling passageway. Then our angel came to me. She was fight like shit. Beef, please, you must help me. I went with her. The door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw student boy on floor. What happened here? Please, don't tell anyone. My little one, my little furry friend. Everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told you. The kitten escaped through the ventilation room into Mr. Saga's cabin. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell to the floor. Yes, that is right. So after the incident, when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers, only to find its occupant lying lifeless on the floor. She said she was worried when she heard sound of something falling on the floor. That's when she went to look. No. Angel? The door was not locked. So she opened to look and you already know what happened after. There is just one thing. If you wouldn't mind. What? When you went to Mr. Saga's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead? Why? I already told you. When Nina opened door of student's cabin, he was already... I was asking Miss Pavlova. Well, Miss Pavlova? Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark. He was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand, and I believe you. So, is that finally it now? We discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last. Ah, something very nearly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Sholmes? This photograph. Yes, I did this myself, you know. It came out of my butt. The cause of death was a broken neck. Therefore, the victim died instantly. And the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there's one particular area in this photograph that seems to be somewhat unnatural. What do you mean, unnatural? What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, well... The fisticuff. Kazuma tripped and fell, and by some terrible stroke of luck broke his neck. Which part of the photograph crime scene seems unnatural? Wait, what was this? If Kazuma tripped and fell and by some terrible stroke of luck broke his neck, which part of the photograph print seems unnatural? The fist? Dad can't write. Well, yeah. Oh. Yeah, they never answered who the fucking wrote it. You're right. The word in Russian clearly wasn't written by Kazuma. So if you're looking for something unnatural, that's the obvious point. Very true. We're fucking circling over this like non-stop. Come on. It is certainly peculiar. I was actually thinking about it as well, but then when you pointed out something unnatural over him, I was like, he has a fist. Why did I think about it? When we're still circling and we never got the answer. Who wrote it? Although it's obviously pointing at the Biff. Very true. It is certainly peculiar, but it's not what I meant by natural, I'm afraid. Oh, that particular crass details was orchestrated by the culprit. I mean to identify another point. Oh, I see. Oh well, there goes my imagine. Imagine, if you will, losing your footing yourself. In my opinion, if you landed on as the victim appears to have done here, it would be most unnatural. I'm sure you reach the same conclusion. How thoughtful you are, Mr. Sholmes. Thank you for your gentle guidance. So, wrong. I guess it is. It is a... Oh. Still, it is the thingy. Which part of this photographic print seems unnatural? This? The hand?
Yes!
It must be here, surely. Yeah, wrong. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice regarding the pursuit of detection, my dear fellow. When noting a crucial point, it can be helpful to keep your eyes open. They were open. And it can be equally helpful to use them. I was fucking right. It is a fist. Inside his fist is the earring. It's the earring. Arbit, I blame you. Sorry, I'll try that. I think it's plain. If it's a fist, I blame Arbit. If it's not, I don't fucking know. I think it's plain what Mr. Sholmes means by natural, isn't it? The word written in a foreign language underneath his fingerprint, surely. That particular crass detail was orchestrated by the culprit. No, I meant to identify another point. Imagine, if you will, losing your footing yourself. Would you land as the victim was? What with your hands? Fuck's sake! You look like the sort of fellow who stumbles with some regularity. This should be an easy task. Why do I fucking knew it! Oh no, I didn't save before this. It was the fucking fist. I knew it.
Yes!
Alright. If you really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then this fist doesn't seem quite right. The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. Yet here we see the victim with his left hand hardly bolt into a fist. Almost, you might say, as though he were gripping something. What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty
of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did? And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow?
An earring. Mr. Jones, show us, please.
Why, of course, my dear madam. Would I keep you in suspense? Fucking knew it. Arabid, you cost me a life? This is what I found.
Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle.
Yes, you're right. A crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us? It tells us nothing. I'm not so sure. The crescent moon looks familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before. Observation, Miss Naruhodo. This is the key. That is the key. What? The truth is now tantalizingly close. How did that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist? This is the final clue, the last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? And observe. Yeah, I absolutely got trolled by Arara. Find the answer with your own eyes. So my instant logic was the fist was correct one. My overthinking was correct.
Yes!
Right ear. Miss Pavlova, I noticed that on your ear. Even though you have a metal earring, the decorative part of it seems to be missing. The little link holding it on must have broken, I suppose. What? But look at your other ear. And this is a crescent moon. I don't believe it. The angel fucked up. Now, the missing crescent moon was found at the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there is only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. He was still alive. Miss Pavlova, Mr. Saga must have grabbed the crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor. In other words, last night, Mr. Saga's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. But then the question is, why did Mr. Saga do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments?
Oh no.
Angel? No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma? It was not yet. That would probably be Link in that case. I still think it was an accident. Well, it was an accident.
When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto a huge ship. And then, when I was at last in this cabin and I could relax after this horrible long day... Darka, wait! I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy, but nothing worked. Darka would not come back.
What are you doing here this time of night, Spectre? What? What? Oh. I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine.
The young man from your country was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Darka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, and I was going to leave the man's cabin...
Just a moment. Sorry, but...
Oh, yes?
I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before.
Huh?
Ah, of course. You're Nikolina Pavlovna, aren't you? The Russian ballerina.
Huh? No. I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land in the faraway east know a Russian ballerina?
Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. Oh, shit. But what are you doing on the ship? I'm sure I read that ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment.
I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice.
I see. So you've run away.
Please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone.
Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here.
He's going to pull that cord. He's going to tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him?
No, he was going for Naruhodo.
Then it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait, I shouted, and then... Darka jumped out of my arms and down to the young man's feet. And... as he turned around to look at me... I pushed him.
Oh no, it wasn't an accident.
I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me.
Yeah, I was hoping it was still gonna be an accident. Nope. And that's when you went to fetch help. From Seaman Stroganoff, who was on duty out in the passageway. I heard Nina cry out and thud on the floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at the cabin door, shaking like leaf. She looked at me and said,
"Help me, Biff. If they find out, I will be... Please, I have nowhere to go."
So you decided to help. And that's when you arranged things in Kazuma's cabin to make it look like I did it. So that no one will suspect the passenger in the cabin next door. Yes. I went to the cabin and I looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. And then I found stowaway in wardrobe, still sleeping. Right. That's when you found me.
So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the stowaway.
I closed wardrobe door and put back strange paper sign. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susaru-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent. I dragged the young man's body to a good place and used ink that was spilling to write on the floor. I wrote garderobe, so the person who found him would look inside the wardrobe and find stowaway. And tell me, what of the glass bell?
It was my feet. So it was by my feet, so I picked it up.
I see.
But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half.
Then Angel went back to her cabin and I finished job by pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway. Yes. Accordingly, the SS Buya did indeed come to an emergency halt at a little after 2 a.m., thus enticing the bolt on the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova. What? Well, you said that you told Kazuma about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland. And it's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right? Yes. But even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem? It was what he said first. It made me scared. What he said first? What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Huh. I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. He said an inspector was his friend. Ah, yes, meaning me, who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard. I thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull the bell cord, I... May I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Saga really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. What? What do you think, Miss Naruhodo? Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I don't know for certain, but... he was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done. He wouldn't have done. No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's work is not done, it seems. There's one more deduction to make. What? Not deduction. This one is easy. Yes. What action was the victim really about to take at the moment? He was about to launch Metal Gear. Can we determine whether the young man's gaze was directed? First, consider the victim's location within this cabin. That's easy. I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still. That cabin has been my home for this entire voyage. So this is how the cabin looked last night when Miss Pavlova visited. Looked last night when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuha-sama. Yes, it's exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. If there's one thing I've learned today, it's that simple gaze can reveal all manner of truths. And not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze to where it lands. So when you turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuha looking at? Yes.
Take that!
Considering everything that had happened last night, suddenly, it may have looked as though Kazuma was going to ring the bell cord. Yes. However, what is directly besides the bell cord? The wardrobe.
The wardrobe?
And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's greatest friend, sleeping soundly.
Miss Pavlova, please, think back very carefully. What were Mr. Asaga's exact words last night.
Give me a moment.
I could use another opinion here. Another opinion?
Yes. But not from the member of the crew. No. Mr. Asagi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if, between them, they might be able to help in some way, no doubt.
Oh no!
Yeah, you fucked up, girl.
Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. For certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Asagi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had.
Miss Pavlova, I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did, and it will never change. I hope you'll never forget that.
I'm sorry. Really, I'm so sorry. What have I done?
And so, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Buria was finally laid to rest. "9th of January, 7:14 p.m. SS Buria, first class cabin passageway. What will happen to Miss Pavlova now then? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Will the Russians try to repatriate her?
Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort all that out.
Mr. Sholmes can do that? So, she won't be going back to Russia then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away. So now she's in exile for life. You see. I'm so sorry. Seaman Stroganoff? I wanted to help our angel, no matter what. But I didn't think about you, about how you lost good friend. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police. That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Kazuma's death feels like such a waste, but... well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? Duh. I was sure he was about to be like, Союзный режим. Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the consul to arrange your passage back to Japan. Yeah. I did stow away after all. I couldn't really expect any different. So, you should get back to your cabin now. It looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it even begun here. Begun there. To think that only days ago, Kazuma and I were laughing together about how we'd tear up the streets of London. It seems like a distant memory now.
What's that? Is it someone weeping? Oh. When the fuck did you get here? Susaru-san? Naruto-san, I didn't know you had returned. You had returned. Oh, well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Saga just told me I should pack. You know, right to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. Okay. I still can't believe this has happened. Can't believe someone's life can be over. Just like that. Susaru-san. He had such grand ideas for this visit to Great Britain. So many dreams. And now they've been cruelly taken away. Just as he was. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth. That it was just an accident. Just a silly series of mishaps. Blah. Oh, koshka. Meow meow. You gotta fall like that. It's too much, Naruto-san. It's just too much. Yes. I know. I wish there was something I could say. Inspector? My duty was to see Asoki-san safely to Great Britain. But I failed. And caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down. And I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. And I'm free again now at what? Surprised? Mr. Naruto? You motherfucker! What is the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Sorry? So I decided to restore them for all time's sake. Shall we say you are a stowaway after all? He thinks this is funny. Oh, holy shit, almost 7 hours. Mr. Sholmes. We do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you. From the bottom of my heart. Not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences. Yeah. Take in another 4.5 hours of the previous game. Oh my. I'm already at 11 hours of streaming today. 11 hours of raiding. With a cold. Awesome, right? The loss of your companion is truly heart-rending. I hope that you will be able to fulfill some of his aspiration in his honor. Well, let's make it the full 24 hours. You know what? I don't really mind. I don't really care. I might as well just start the next episode. But you guys are probably going to go to sleep. Who am I going to stream that to? I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port, in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. What? Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway. There we go. The terms of this study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant. Was to be?
In the light of Mrs. Soga's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead.
No. I don't care for me, but... Poor Susato-san.
My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. Huh?
But there's no one else with the necessary qualification, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer.
Fuck you. Even though you kind of grew on me with that face, but fuck you for that one. You're an extremely airheaded airhead. Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained on your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid.
Oh, but...
But anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer.
Yes.
Mrs. Sato?
Yes?
Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? Huh? But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, unless... Are you studying law? No, I'm not, but... I'm sorry. In that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work. But as I said, there's still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I have a month in which to study, to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain.
Mr. Naruhodo?
That's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anybody could learn all of that in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out. I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? And if by the time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? Kazuma. He said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't tell all that passion just come to nothing. What? Did I just butcher reading? I probably did. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. And my descendant's name will be Phoenix Wright. Don't look at me like that. I know what I said. What do you say, Miss Susato?
I think it's a wonderful idea.
Thank you. So, what does our bespectacled inspector friend say? Are you serious? One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are indisputable. No. It's madness. Yet fascinating. Wouldn't you agree? Fascinating? Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest. Give us fascination. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character, no? And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. From the early hours of this morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion, and despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. The Cowardly Dog. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to award my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector! I would kiss you, but that would be gay as fuck. And after all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here.
Oh, thank you, Inspector.
If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters. I think. I need to discuss what to do next, and how best to make my report.
Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruto?
Yes, I'm going to try.
I wonder, would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer. I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant after all.
Thank you.
And, Mr. Naruto? I'd like you to take charge of this.
What? Me? Are you sure?
I'm sure. It's what Kazuma somehow would have wanted. Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword that's been in the Sogi clan for generations.
Very well. I accept. I'll treasure it always. So then, Mr. Sato, it seems we'll be working together for some time to come here.
It will be an honor, Mr. Naruto. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fill every spare moment with study. Yes, that's exactly what I need. But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you too.
Goodness.
What is it? Please throw me to the ground. 3 times.
Are you hitting on me? 3 times?
What? I should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course, I would never have done anything to hurt him.
Of course, I would never done anything to hurt him.
That should have been obvious to me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior.
No. You were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away, and the cabin door was locked.
No! I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you, and not just once, but 5 times.
Wait. 5? The number keeps creeping up, doesn't it?
Please, you must. Just take hold of me and throw me. Do it. Don't even think about it.
Wow, no. That is being taken out of context. I would take it out of context. I don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone in my life. Ah, very wise, Mr. Naruto. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes.
I observed the throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed. When did you see that? I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling.
Oh, well, in a way, it's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujutsu techniques.
Apparently it's called Susaru Takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me. How beguiling. I am a practitioner of the combative arts myself. I am of somewhat accomplished I am a somewhat accomplished boxer. And I do a lot of cha-cha-cha. There he goes, dancing around again. I wonder if you'd be so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw.
Yes, I'd be honored.
Then let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madam.
Oh, of course. Of course.
No, 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 no.
Are you ready, Mr. Naruto?
Sorry. Yeah! Son of a bitch! Ugh.
As you can see, you throw from the abdomen.
Oh, yes. Arresting indeed. And that is what you term the Susato takedown, is it?
Actually, no. That was Susato squash.
Fuck both of you. In my groggy state of consciousness,
Scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma flickered into my mind.
honestly, I want to continue playing.
Karuma.
That's right. A surprise sword has been passed down through generations of the Sogi clan. Can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely. A Japanese man's sword, as you saw, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. Truly believe that. So, its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two. So, its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two? Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain, and I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course, I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down.
That important thing he had to do. I still don't know what that was.
But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. End of episode 2. I really want to continue. Oh god, I want to continue. I overdid it today with the streaming, but I want to continue. Ooh. Fuck it, let's look at the preview at least. I want to see at least the preview. The Adventure of the Runaway Room. What? What? What's the matter, Arabic? What's the matter, Arara? Huh? What's up? You tell me. The Adventure of the Runaway Room? I don't know. Is it another Sherlock Holmes story? I don't remember. I'm not connecting the dots. I actually want to confirm something. No! Wait. Is Chronicles a single game? Wait, no, I'm pretty sure Chronicles has like multiple games in it. No? Are we sure? Ah, wait, I need to Google that. The Great Return Chronicles is a compilation video game of both games of Ace Attorney speed-off prequels. Yeah, there's 2 games. Is it locked? Something like that? Oh! Wait. Okay, here it is. Adventures and Resolve. Okay, so I do have 2 games. So what do you guys say? I continue a little bit longer or just finish it for today? It is 1 p.m. 1 a.m. already. I do want to see a preview. I'm gonna see the preview first. I'm gonna see the preview first. A little spoiler. Yeah, okay. Fair enough, but I want to see the preview. The Runaway Room. The Adventures of Runaway Room.
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter. A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself. However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident, "I believe that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude. The beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together."
Oh? Oh? We're getting... what's his name? Watson? But they're probably gonna butcher that name as well.
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
And look at all the
Wilson, yeah.
steam locomotives.
They made...
This country is incredible.
they made her very English. And there goes your baggage, you dumbass.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure.
Oh,
I suppose you're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Thought so.
huh.
Well then, I hope you
I was
enjoy
sure
your
their
stay.
baggage is gonna be stolen.
And welcome to the centre of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
You are a bad man. No, I'm not. It looked that way. Lord Chief Justice Office? Fuck you, I'm not that bad. Alright, we're done for today. I had a lot of fun. Hell, I had so much fun I didn't even do my Genshin and Honkai. I'm gonna skip today, Genshin and Honkai. I'm just gonna rest today. Enough playing for today. Thanks for sticking around for whole fucking two streams. Although unfortunately Arabit wasn't there when the first stream happened, which was dark as fuck. It was such a dark humor. There was so much death and destruction. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna drop the VOD of the previous stream. Well, work is a bitch. Yeah, I'm gonna drop the VOD of the stream, of the previous stream, if anybody interested to watch while they grind it away. I'm gonna drop it to the Discord. Now, Red, do you want me to drop it for you as well? The first stream? It was fucking amazing. The first stream was, holy shit, the story was fucking amazing. Unfortunately, it was early access, so it's not a full story. It's only 2 episodes. But they were fucking amazing. They were fucked up. So I'm gonna drop the VOD for Arabit and Princess Skylar in Discord, and well, Red is not answering. Probably went to sleep already. And I'll just drop it to Red as well in Discord when you guys grind, because that, I gotta say, I was just blown away by how fucked up that story was. Anyway, thank you for watching, and good night. Bye-bye.